Hello everyone and welcome back to AccioJob's course on frontend. I'm Avi Vashisht, your instructor, and in this series we'll be building a very simple React application, and that exact application is based on basically a simple podcast platform. We'll be using Firebase, we'll be using Redux Toolkit as well for state management, and the application is very simple. We'll have a home page, we'll have a sign in page so that the users can authenticate themselves. So we'll have a sign up functionality and a simple sign in functionality using obviously Firebase. Then we'll have the user profile. The user can edit their profile, user can add podcasts, and create episodes. So I'll show you the UI in just a second. But yeah, so a very simple podcast platform. We are also going to enable users to share podcasts or share episodes with their friends, so people can come join in and have a look at those URLs, right? So again, the application is very simple. The tech stack is also very simple, just simply React, Firebase, and Redux Toolkit, and that's about it, right? And yeah, if we talk about the features include authentication. It includes Firebase database, because obviously we'll be storing everything in the database. It includes storage, and by storage over here I mean Firebase storage, because all of the files that we have, let's say the images and especially the audio files, will be on our Firebase as well. We'll also have again Redux Toolkit for state management and sharing and searching, so people can also search for their podcasts, right? So something that is there is that this is a platform in itself. So we will not really be integrating any existing podcast from Spotify or Anchor or any third library. We are going to start everything from scratch. We'll have a custom audio player. We'll have everything custom, right? So without any further ado, let me just quickly show you the UI and then we'll get started, right? So the UI is actually a very simple dribble inspiration. So I'll just show you the dribble inspiration that I had, and this is the simple dribble inspo that the screenshot that I took. I will be sharing this Figma with you guys, so don't worry, everything will be provided with you guys. So the Figma is very simple. As you guys can see, simple cards, right? We have a pretty good gradient theme in the background. Now that this is a theme that you guys can opt for, the UI is totally yours to build, right? I'm just here to guide you guys. So that is one important thing about this series, is that I'm just here to guide you guys. So you guys can add any more functionalities, remove any functionalities. I wouldn't suggest removing, but yeah, definitely add more functionalities, change the UI, add more pages, maybe mix some pages, whatever you guys want to, right? So there's a whole slot scope of improvement. That is something that I would like to see from you guys. But as of right now, the series is just a simple setup, just a simple implementation of all the things. I'll be quickly explaining what Redux Toolkit is. We'll be going through Firebase and Firebase hooks as well. So I'll be giving you the exposure of both the things, uh, Firebase and Firebase or React Firebase hooks. So we'll be using that as well. So stay tuned for that. Anyways, so yeah, this was the inspiration, a very simple inspiration, like you guys can tell, right? But my version that I have decided to code is something like this. So we have this very cool gradient, kind of like a shadow that is up there. So we'll be working on that. This is our simple header, a very simple sign up page. People can sign up. Over here, we have added one more thing, that the user can add their, add their profile pictures. So I am enabling users to put in their profile pictures. So we'll be saving that in our database as well, right? So if they have an account, they can just click on login. We have this page, which is just the discover podcasts page. So in this page, we have a simple search, which will just filter the podcast, and this is how our podcast will look like, right? So a very cool gradient theme, like I told you guys, we'll have. So this is the very cool theme, and just very minimalistic, just the podcast name, a play icon, and this is the podcast, the display picture. So the podcast also has two pictures. One is this smaller display picture, and the other is this huge banner, right? So again, so two images, two assets for a podcast. Every podcast will have a name, it will have a description, and it will have a lot of episodes. So now every episode has obviously a title, it has a description, and it has a play button. So over here, you guys can add your share button. Obviously, when you click on play, it should become stop and whatnot. And we have a custom audio player as well. So the audio player, I'll be teaching you guys how to make a custom audio player in React. So we will not be using any npm packages for it. Totally custom, and it's very simple and easy to do actually, right? So I try to make it something like this, but you guys can obviously change it and make it any style that you want to, right? So yeah, And so we have one podcast page, we have a podcast details page. So over here we'll also be using again React router to do this, because there will be dynamic routes for this. You guys can start a podcast, so that is also a very simple page, right? I think it's over here. So yeah, you create a podcast, then similarly there is a create an episode page. So create a podcast page is different, create an episode page is different, because obviously in an episode you just need a title, description, and an audio file. In this you need some banner images, some more details, etc., etc. Right. Other than that, we have a very simple profile page. This will be the user's profile card. I do want you guys to add in the functionality of edit profile. So there is no edit page as of right now, but if time permits, we'll definitely make it, or you guys should definitely make it. Right. Other than that, the podcast that a particular user has made will be shown over here, and that's about it. Right. So, like I said, a very simple application. I have already gone and set up a dummy. It's not fully done, but I'll just show you what I have been working on. And we'll obviously be starting from scratch, but just to give you guys a little bit of a hint of what exactly we'll be doing. So this is how it looks, right? And this is the simple walkthrough. Again, the UI is definitely for yours to change. We have a simple upload file. This is the sign up page. This is the sign in page, right? And so let's say I sign up, right? So let me sign up. My name is Avivashist, and let's say I am signing up with this particular Gmail ID. We have 1234567 as my password. I will quickly upload a file. So this is a file that is there a lot in the platform, but yeah. So image uploaded. As you guys can see, we are also using Toatify, React Toatify for these toasts, right? As soon as we click on sign up, the sign up happens. It should take us to the profile page. So this is a profile. Right now I have 0 podcasts, so we will be adding more podcasts, right? If I go to the podcast page, this is how it looks. These are the podcasts that are there as of right now, right? I don't know if I've added any episodes or not. Okay, so this particular podcast has a banner image, it has a description, it has episodes. This is the first episode that is there, and I can click on play, right? And I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but you guys can play. And this is the custom the custom audio player that I made, and we can definitely add a lot more things like skip 5 seconds, go back 10 seconds, and stuff like that, right? If you want to create a podcast, you'd create a podcast this way, right? So let me say my podcast, right? And description will be random description, correct? So this is the display image. So again, the display image is the shorten image. So let's put a really nice display image. So let's do this, I guess. And the banner image, we have a very simple banner image. So I'll just click on create podcast, and this should now create a podcast. We definitely will be adding loading states as well, but here you go. The podcast currently has 0 episodes. Now the best part is that if it is your podcast, you guys will see this create episode button. If it's not, then you will not see that, right? So we'll definitely have a create episode button over here. So let me just show you that. So let's say this is my podcast, I guess. I guess I'll have to refresh once. Right. So yeah, this is the podcast that we made, right? So this is our podcast, and this is a podcast that I haven't created. So over here we don't see it, right? Anyways, so if I go here, this is my podcast. I will create an episode now. So the episode that I want to create is, let's say, hello Accio, right? The description is, hi, I am Avi, and this is my first episode, right? So now I will add an audio file, because obviously, right? So just select a simple mp3 file. So I have downloaded this simple, I think, chimes tune online only. If you want, you can record your own audios. That should also work, right? So file selected. I'll just create an episode now, and as soon as I do that, it should take me to the podcast page, and we do see this. As soon as I click on play, my entire podcast episode starts, right? So just a simple just a simple walkthrough of the entire application. We have a logout button over here. We have this as my profile. So right now I'm using the same card, but again, like I said, this is not fully done, but we will definitely be making this much more furnished. Anyways, so apart from that, if I show you guys the Firebase system that we have, so the Firebase that we have is also very simple. and I will be making a proper video on Firebase where I talk to you guys about the entire setup and everything that we need to do. But right now, let me just quickly show you exactly what we'll be building. So over here, we obviously have the okay. So over here we obviously have the authentication, right? These are all the accounts that I have logged in with. The authentication right now is just a simple sign in email with email and password authentication. If you want, we can do Google Auth and all the other auths that Firebase provides. Then we have a very simple database over here which has a collection for podcasts and users, right? Every user's data is over here, every podcast data is over here, and with every podcast you see this episodes collection which is inside of that. So this ways it becomes very easy to fetch for our episodes if we have the particular podcast ID, right? So this is how we'll be making our entire we'll be structuring our entire Firebase, right, database. Then we have the storage. Obviously the storage is to store the files, so the storage for that is also very simple. The profile pics are separated, the episodes are separated, and the podcasts are separated, right? And that's about it. So over here also we have the specific ID of that podcast which is related to it, and then we have both the banner image and we have the simple normal small image, right? So just these three things that we're using. And again, like I said, in the code base, if I talk about things, we are building a simple Redux store, right? All of these things might not be familiar with you guys, but don't worry, throughout this entire lecture or entire this throughout this entire series, I will be making sure that you guys understand everything. So we'll have a very simple Redux store. We will have a simple firebase.js file for our Firebase setup, right? We have all of our slices in our slices. So again, more on slices in the Redux lecture that we'll have. So yeah, then obviously we have the pages, we have the components, and that's about it. So again, this is a very simple React application. We'll be starting from scratch. I'll be telling you each and everything and each and every process in detail, right? So without any further ado, I think we should get started. And the first step would definitely be setting up of the code base. So I've already gone ahead and run this particular command. I'm pretty sure that most of you guys must be familiar with it. Npx create React app, and by this we have successfully created our React application, right? So now all I need to do is just I need to say cd. I need to go to that particular folder, and once I have done that, then all I need to do is just say code dot, and that will open it in my VS Code. And once we have opened it in my VS Code, we'll just quickly get started, right? Okay, so right off the bat, this is the template that React gives us, right? And let's just quickly write npm start and just to see what we exactly get. So I think my localhost is already running, so it might start on 30. Yeah, I will have to start it on 301 or 3001. And all right, so this is what we see as soon as or everyone sees as soon as you start your entire React application. And all right, so this is what I think everybody must be familiar with, right? Just a simple React template that is there. So first things first, let's actually just do a little bit of code cleanup, and let's just quickly clean all of this stuff. So we obviously don't need app.test right now. We won't be doing any testing. So this is usually for the testing part. Again, we don't need logos. We don't need all of these files. Let's go to our index.js. And since we removed this report web vitals, there's no report web vitals anymore, right? And there's no logo.svg as well. So let's just get rid of all of this and all of this. Once we do that, we should be good to go. We also need to get rid of all of this. So again, all of this is not needed, right? And yeah, let's just remove this, and let me just say hello world. So once I say hello world, and once I get rid of this logo svg, this is what we see on the screen. And as you guys can see, my entire React application is working just fine. As you can see, my entire React application is working just fine. Alright, so now what is it that we need to do? Okay, so first things first, we will definitely import our Google Fonts, because that is the first step that we need to do. So alright, let me just quickly import my Google Fonts. So the font that I will be particularly using for this entire project is Enter, which is a very neat font that I like, and it is similar to Roboto, so you guys can feel free to use Roboto as well. But right, so what I've done is I've already selected go to Google Fonts, search for Enter, and just select all of the font styles for Enter, because I don't think so it will never go wrong by selecting every font style that is available. But yeah, so then just click on import, and we'll be importing it this way. Go to your VS Code at the very top, just import Enter, and also you will have to write this in your body. So something that we will do is we'll not only just write it on our, in our body tag, we'll also be writing it for our input tags as well. So the reason as to why that is necessary is because for some reason, and this is something that is there in HTML, CSS as well. Your If you give a font to your body, it for some reason doesn't get applied to your inputs as well. So it's just like a good fail safe to do for your inputs as well, right? Other than that, what the next thing that we need to do is the fact that we need to get our root variables as well, right? So let's just get all of our root variables. So I believe these are my root variables. So I'll just get these root variables that are there. And okay, so if you guys didn't know, what root variables are basically all right. Yes. So your root variables allow you to create variables out of your for your entire for your entire colors. So this way, let's say okay. So let's say I give my background color. Uh, let's say I give this background color to my entire body, and I give the color as hashtag FFF. Let's say this is what I do, right? Now the issue with this is completely fine as well. But the issue is, let's say tomorrow I decide to change this theme, right? Or tomorrow I decide to change this. So I will have to manually go to my code and manually search for every instance of this particular variable or this particular color or this particular hex code, and then I would have to manually change it. Or the max that I can do is just go over here and replace all. But the issue with that is also very very annoying. If you're being very honest, if you're dealing with a very huge database of code, it will get very annoying, right? So the simple way is to use root variables, and that way you can just easily change the value whenever you feel like, right? So definitely using root variables is a good practice that we'll be having. So there's no harm by using some root variables, right? All right, so we have a color white, background color, theme decided, everything should be good to go. And right, so our code base has now started to look a little more like we're making this project. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to build two folders. One is for our components, and the other folder is for our pages. So all of our pages will be in this folder, all of our components will be in this folder. And the way I like to make my components is that I also like to make a folder for my components. So let's say I have a header component, right? My header component will have an index.js file and a styles.css. So this way, what happens is that yeah, and a styles.css. So this way what happens is the JSX code and the styles.css code are separate. Let's say we have another component for our button, right? So now over here I have an index.js over here and a styles.css, right? Something other than this that I also like to do is I also like to separate my components also. So let's say these will become the common components. Then when we have a podcast page, all of those components that are there in the podcast page will be the podcast pages components, right? So if you want to compartmentalize or make folders for your components, that is also completely fine. Again, it is your choice. I feel this project is won't have a lot of components, so that's why this is good. Otherwise, if there is any need at any point in time, we will definitely do that, and we'll definitely put all of our components separate as well, right? So if I talk about how we'll be making the header, again, easy, right? I'll just get started with my header component over here. So header.js, and if I want to import my styles, all I need to do is just say import dot slash styles.css, and that should be about it, right? So now over here, let's say I give a class name called my header or navbar, right? Nav. So now I can just go to my styles.css. Since I've already imported, just say .nav, and over here I am good to go. I can just give this a background color of let's do this for a while, right? And now all I need to do is just go to my app.js and go over here, simply type this, and import my header. And the moment I import my header should be there on the screen. And as you guys can see, my header is there. We cannot see the text written because again the color that I chose right now was not correct. But right, so we have our component folders ready. We have a pages folder. Similarly, the pages folder will be very simple. So let's say if we have a sign up page, so I'll say signup.js, and over here this is our sign up page, so I'll just say sign up page, right? And once we get started with our React router, we'll also, uh, show you how to import this page, and that will be inside our React router, right? So yeah, this is, I think, good for the initial setup of the code base. Now, what is left is that we need to, we need to set up the store, we need to set up our Firebase, and we need to set up our React router. So don't worry, there will be three separate, very short videos on all of these things. And once we're done with that, we can definitely just jump right into the coding part. So without any further ado, let's just quickly, get into the coding part. In this lecture, what we're going to do is we're just going to get started with our Firebase, right? So now, what exactly is Firebase, and how will it help us in this application, right? So, firstly, Firebase is just a simple service provided by Google. So, one thing that we know, if it's by Google, it must be good, right? But other than that, what we do know is that it is what we call as something which is called BaaS, or backend as a service, right? So this platform is actually, like the name suggests, backend as a service. So what this does is, this is like a complete one-stop solution for all of your backend needs. I feel like I'm selling Google's product, but all right. So first things first, just sign in using your Gmail account. Go to the console, and when you go to the console, this is what you'll see, right? So now what this means is that you guys can create a new project or create a new app, right? So right now, since we're working on a fresh app, so what I'll do is we'll just click on this plus icon, and you can definitely go and have a look at what your app is all about, right? So we will definitely create a new app. And what is the name of our project? So the name of our project is very simple. Let me say podcast app React, right? And I'll just put tute or recordings over here so that I know that this is the database for the recording app, right? Once you click on continue, just if you want to enable Google Analytics, do that. We will not be using it, but it's always good to enable it in case if you ever want to expand on your project. So I will recommend you guys doing that. And as soon as you do that, it will ask you to select an account, again default account, and just create a project. Now this will take some time to create the project until it's working on its way. Let me just show you guys, or give you guys, a little tour of the Firebase console, right? So again, we'll go to the console, and I'll show you the already existing app that we have made. So that is this podcast platform, the one that I showed you guys in the first lecture as well, right? So now the first thing that you do over here is you see, you get this kind of a dashboard, right? So now over here you see that there's something called as the Firestore, there's something called as the storage. So now what do these things mean, right? So we will just be using three services that Firebase provides, but if I'm being honest, Firebase provides a lot of services. We are just using a very small fraction of it, right? So there's a service for authentication. So you guys will be able to authenticate your users. So now authentication is basically when the sign in sign up that you usually do on platforms, right? Or in other terms, the reason why it's important is so that you know that the you can save a particular person's data on your platform. You know that, let's say if my name is Avi, so if Avi is logging in, what was the the last thing that Avi did, what were the podcasts that Avi created, and all of those things. So all of those things can only be possible when you're authenticating your user. So that means that every user who is going to use your platform must be authenticated, right? Even though we can keep a platform completely public, but in this series, what I've done is I have created protected routes. And what that means is we will be keeping some things or some pages private, and those pages will only be accessible to the people who have authenticated, right? So authentication is just a simple sign-in system in very simple terms, right? So the user will come, they will enter their email, password, and then they will authenticate themselves. And when they authenticate themselves, that information will come over here. So I will be able to see what is the email ID with which they've authenticated, what is the provider. So now what do I mean by the provider? So over here you see like a simple email, right? Over here, if you go, you will see that there are a lot of providers that you can add. I'm pretty sure that all of you guys must know that Google pop-up that comes up when you want to sign up on a platform, and you have to sign in using your Gmail. Or there's some applications which also allow sign in using Facebook. If you guys are Apple users, you guys might know that people can allow you to sign in using Apple. If you guys use GitHub, if you have used Netlify, you will be able to authenticate users using GitHub accounts, using their Microsoft accounts, using the phone number, or anonymous. So there's this option for anonymous users. And this is actually a very smart thing because this will authenticate the users without authenticating the users. And what that means is the user will not know that they're authenticated, but they will be authenticated. Right? So don't worry, this is not something which is sketchy. It just stores a particular, let's say from this device, this person had logged in kind of information. Anyways, the good thing about Firebase is that you don't really need to dive really deep into how these things are working. All of these functions are very, very simple. So let me actually show you what I mean by that. So let's say if I go to my already running podcast application that I have, if we go over here, you see this sign in portal, right? So over here, let me ask you something. Let's say I fill in my full name, email, password, or I given my display picture as well. When I click on the sign up button, what should happen? It should run a function, and that function, what should that function do? That function should just get all of this information that okay, this person's name is this, email is this, password is this, and their display picture is this. And they should say that okay, so this email should correspond to this data, right? And so that the next time when the user signs in, I need to show that user this all data that they had previously filled in, right? But at the end of the day, it is just a simple sign up button. So you need to run a function, and Firebase has made our lives so simple that all you need to do is you just need to run one function which literally says sign up or sign in using email and password. That is what that function says. So it's basically like English, and it's all very, very fun. So I hope to make Firebase simply simplify Firebase for you guys throughout this session. But yeah, so authentication is one thing, Firestore database is the other. So now what Firestore is just like a simple database, and it's a NoSQL database. And what that means is that unlike SQL databases, which have tables and collections and all of those things, there are a lot of other things that SQL databases have. Right? This is a much more flexible, much more faster, much more cleaner approach. So there is no columns over here. There's only collections. So there's a collection or a group of users and a group of podcasts, and that is it. And every collection will have a document, and it's basically like a folder system. Imagine that you're walking into a government office, and there's a huge pile of users documents, a huge pile of podcast documents, right? It's just a pile of information, that's about it. So when I go to users will have a document, and what that document is, that as you can see, email name, profile picture, UID. So this UID is the unique identifier, right? So this UID, as you guys can see, is equal to this UID, but that's about it, right? So other than that, what do podcasts have? Podcasts have a simple document. Now this document contains the banner image, the created by, so we need to know who created the particular podcast as well, right? So we're keeping a track of that information as well. Description, display image, all of these things. Now inside podcasts is another collection, which is called episodes, and that contains documents. So it's basically like a folder inside a folder inside a folder. There's just two folders, but yeah, you get the point. So I hope to generally create this very, very simple for you guys. A collection, like I explained, is just a collection of documents, like simply walking into a government office and they say, hey, here's a pile of users, and hey, here's a pile of podcasts. And inside that pile of podcasts, you open a file, and that file has another mini file inside of it. So this is what it looks like, right? Other than that, we are using the Firebase storage service, and this storage service just simply means that we will be hosting some obviously, so whatever image that the person gives, or whatever audio files that the user gives, we need to save them in our database somewhere. So that is why we'll be using the service of Firebase storage, right? So that is all that you need to know about Firebase as of right now. In terms of code, I will definitely teach you guys. That is what the series is about. But I hope I was able to clear certain things. Don't worry, it looks complicated in the very beginning, but understand the concept behind these things, or the why, as to why we are using them. So we are just using these three functionalities, and that's it. So I think my app is ready now. So let's go over there and let's actually get started. So to get started, all you need to do is firstly, we will be going to our build over here and going to the authentication tab. So I need to allow my Firebase app to get, start authentication. So click on get started. That will allow us to simply say that, okay, we will be authenticating, and the provider that we are using is just a simple email password provider, right? It asks us, do you want passwordless sign in? So let's not do that. Let's keep our life simple right now. So email and password enabled, right? And if you go to the settings, you will see that over here there's this thing called authorized domains. So we'll come back to this, but what this means is that only these domains will be able to open that pop-up, right? And that's what it is about. But don't worry about it right now. We'll come back to this when we're hosting our project. So we have this right now. There are no users. So when we sign in, the users will automatically pop up over here, right? So other than that, we have the Firestore database that we'll be using. So again, this is also very simple. Just simply go over here, click on get started, create database, and that will allow you to create database, and that is about it, right? So something that you see is over here by default it says if false. So allow read write if false. So if you think about it, this will never be true, right? So let me select India or Mumbai, I think, uh, for this, and right. So I will also explain this in a second. So just follow these steps. Just create your Firestore database, and once you're done with that, it will take you to that page, the page similar to the page that I just showed you guys. So let's just go there, and okay. This might take some time, but yeah, I hope I was very clear about the entire Firebase and what it does. But anyways, so when you go over here, obviously there is nothing there, but something that you need to do is you need to edit the rules, and the reason for that is right now it will not allow you to edit anything. So allow read write is basically false right now. So what do I need to do is I need to make it true, and that is about it. So I just say true and just publish this change, right? Uh, Now, what will this mean is that now you're allowed to read and write on the database. Correct. Similarly, one last thing that we need is the storage, and this is where our, like I showed you guys, all of our files will be being technically stored. Over here, also we see the same thing, that if else is false. So again, we need to do the same thing. I need to make that into true. So again, this will take 5-10 minutes, not 5-10 minutes, 1-2 minutes, and then we'll be done, right? So by the way, these things are there's this term called bucket. So a bucket is also used to just say that it's just like a storage bin, and that's about it. So everything will be stored in that bucket. So yeah, there is other services like AWS services which allows you to create such buckets and store data and host some files. Right. So the cool thing about this is over here also what you'll be doing is you'll be just passing that file, and this Firebase storage will give you a URL, and that URL will be your image SRC, if I'm being honest. And that's about it. So Firebase is actually very, very logical and very, very simple. It's an amazing time to be a developer because of such tools that make development so easy. Right. As a front end developer, now you don't need to worry about the backend logic, and just handle everything as just simple functions which are very, very readable and very, very logical. So once you're done with that, all of our three things are done. All you need to do is go to your project settings, and once you go to these settings, you will see that you will have to create an app. So just create a web app, since we'll be creating a web app. So let's call it something like podcast web app. So you can name it anything, it doesn't matter. Also set up Firebase hosting. So we don't want to host it, so don't worry about it. You don't need to set it. We will be hosting it using Netlify, right? You guys can also host it using Firebase itself. And anyways, so now it already gives you these instructions. So all you need to do is just copy this, right? Npm install Firebase. We will go to our VS Code, and I will definitely say npm install Firebase. So now the latest version of Firebase is I think V9, or whatever is the 9 point something. So that is the version that we'll be using. Firebase used to be a little different in the earlier versions. I think in Firebase 6 or 7 it used to be completely different, right? But this is a much more simpler and easier version. So my only thing is, if you guys are referring to any YouTube videos, make sure that the version that they are talking about is V9, because that is the latest version, right? So that is something that I have struggled a lot in when I was learning Firebase, because I learned V6, I think, and after that directly I started working with V8 or V7, and completely it changed completely within a year, right? So I had to not relearn everything, but yes, the syntax did change. Anyways, so all you need to do is just copy this code now, create a very simple, uh, Firebase.js file, and we will be editing that now. So once you are done installing this, all you need to do is go to firebase.js and just create a firebase.js file and just simply paste this code, right? So over here what you see is that these are the imports that we see. Again, analytics is something that we don't really want, but if you want it you can have it here, right? But I would say we don't really care about it right now, but right. So we have a Firebase config. This is my config, your config will look totally different, right? And yeah, so now it already gives us a to-do task, and the to-do task is add SDKs for Firebase products that we want to use. So what are the products that we want to use? So the first thing that we want to use is what we call as the Firebase DB. So I need to create an app called, I need to create a DB called this, and I need to say, I think, uh, new Firebase Firestore or create Firestore, something like that. The syntax is again very simple. Get Firestore. So just copy these three things, and that's about it. So again, you don't need to mug up these things. All of this is available in the documentation, right? I will definitely explain what is happening. So I will also have to import it from here, right? So just, this is a very basic standard setup for Firebase. Just add these three things and you will be good to go, right? So what we're doing is we are importing this get firestore function from Firebase slash firestore, get storage from Firebase slash storage, get auth from Firebase auth. So now these three things are things, if you guys remember, these are the three services that we'll be using: firestore, storage, and auth. So you need to include these and you need to say something like this. So this will be our DB instance, this will be our storage instance, and this will be my authentication instance. And again, all you need to say is get Firestore in the bracket app. Now, this is the app that we have created, and this is just a simple initialization with this Firebase config, right? You don't need to worry about how is this working, how is this code working. This is a very standard file. You guys can find it all on Google as well, and that's about it, right? So once you're done with this, and that's it, your entire Firebase setup is done. We'll definitely talk about how we need to use this setup, but that is all just one single file with what I think 15, not even 15 lines of code, just these 4 or 5 lines. Rest are imports and the constant variable, and that's about it. In today's class, what we're going to do is very, very simple. We're going to get started with our entire Redux Toolkit implementation. So first things first, what exactly is Redux and what exactly is Redux Toolkit? So Redux and Redux Toolkit. So Redux is the state management library, or you can say it is your, global state, right? So basically, you know how in complex React applications, let's say if I have a user's profile, and I know that this person's, uh, data is here. Let's say their name, their email, their profile picture, all of their data is here. But let's say I need this information in some other page, or I need this information in some other component, right? So will I just fetch all of the details again, even though I know the details are the same, right? And will I need do I need to show the loading for that? Fetching of users' details again and again. So something that you realize is when you deal with a lot of complex applications on a huge scale, where you need to reuse the same states, the same data again and again. So there's no point in calling that state of data again and again. It's just good to create a global management of that entire state. So that is what Redux does. And Redux Toolkit is basically this efficient way of doing it, or it's something that Redux themselves have built to make it easier for us to work with Redux, right? So all you need to do is you need to install Redux and you need to install this, right? So you will have to install both the libraries, I believe. So all right, let's just go to our. So this is the application that we are working with. So let me just say npm install Redux JS toolkit, and I believe we also need to install Redux as well. So I'll just get that particular thing as well, right? So okay, these are our dependencies, and I don't see Redux over here. React Redux. Here it is. My bad. Right. So you need React Redux and you need React JS Redux, whatever, the toolkit thing, and that's about it. So those are the only two things that you need, and I think you should be good to go. So after that, I'll just also say npm install React Redux, and we should be good. So once you are done installing these two dependencies, what we realize is that what you need to do is you need to create something that we call as a store, right? And as the name suggests, that store is basically the store of all of your data, and that's about it, right? So if I explain Redux again, I think I'll be able to do that better as we progress forward with the code, right? But just understand that Redux is a simple state management tool that allows you to manage your states, and it just creates a global state for it, right? And that's about it. And to get started, it's very simple. Just create a store.js, just like we created a Firebase.js. Just create a simple store.js, and the code for this is also very very standard. You need to create what we call as you need to configure the store, and then you need to put that store inside your app.js or index.js and wrap it inside a provider, right? So right, I know right now all of these things might seem very very complicated, and what am I doing exactly, all of those things, but trust me, as we progress forward in the code, it will make sense, right? So again, the store setup is also very very simple. All you need is just this import config store, and you need to create an default export that config store. That's entire it, right? So I will definitely copy this code, but I will explain each and every line to you in just a second, right? So okay, so what you see is the first import is import configure store. So like I said, this function is used to configure your entire store, right? Now this is just like the same thing that we did over here, like a simple initialization. We obviously need to call some function to initialize our entire you know app or any class or anything in JavaScript, right? So this is that. Now there is this concept of a reducer. So you see that we have imported three reducers over here: user reducer, podcast reducer, episode reducer, none of which we have made right now by now. So let's ignore this. We won't be making all of these three in one go. We will be just creating the user reducer first. So now what exactly is a reducer? Right. In simple terms, if I tell you, a reducer is just some way for you to not call your state, but this is the part which deals with the entire state, right? And that is about it. So when we say we are creating, we will obviously have to create a reducer. But what that means is that a reducer has a lot of actions. It has the state. Everything is inside a reducer, and it is a reducer which allows you to do all of these things, right? And yeah, that is about it. So again, like I said, if I just keep telling you the theory, it will not really make any sense. I will have to explain it using the code. So understand reducer to be like a simple file that contains the data, and that's about it. It also contains actionables or actions which you can call to get data or set data and all of those things. So reducer is more or less the entire, I won't call it the brain, but yes, somewhat, right? Anyways, that's about it. So let's just create the user reducer, and to create the user reducer, what we'll be creating is a slice. So this is just the basic setup that I'm teaching you, and this is how in every project we'll be doing it. And with time, this will become a simpler habit, like creating new states or creating use effects. Right, with time that will happen. But right now, I know this might not really feel nice, but all right. So what exactly is a slice? Is just a combination of actions and states, and that is what a slice is. Right. So we will be creating a simple user slice. So now what a slice means is, or what this user slice would mean is, that it is just going to manage all of the data related to the user. So if I have to set that global state, if I have to retrieve some data from that global state, or if I have to clear that data, right, all of this will be inside my user slice. So my user slice will just contain the user part of it. So understand it in the sense that the store contains all of the unified data. You'll have episodes, you'll have podcasts, we'll have user. If you have multiple users, if you have a lot of other things, you'll have all of those different reducers. But a reducer comes from a slice technically, but a slice is just a user slice is different. Episode slice will be different. Podcast slice will be different. So what that means is your entire podcast slice will deal with podcast data. Your user slice will deal with user data and all of those things, right? And that's about it. So if I again tell you the user slice code, the code for that is also very very simple and logical. So there are a limited number of things that you can do, right? So this is just a simple example, and I'll just show that and I'll explain everything to you guys. So first things first, if you want to create a slice, you will have to call this function to create the slice. You will have to have an initial state. So now initial state has an object which has a user. So now what that means is my user is inside an object and initial state is none. Obviously, initially there is no person on the app, right? So you need to have an initial state. So this is similar to just declaring your variable. So this is similar to where I would say, var user is uh, equal to none. So this is similar to that, right? Now, when I create a slice, that slice will contain a name. Now, this is the name of that slice. This is just basically like the variable name that we're giving, right? So now over here, these two things are same, but ideally there you can keep them different as well. This is the name of the slice. That is the name of an object, right? So this is just a variable. This is like the variable for your slice. So you will use the user word to call your slice, right? And anyways, so then you have the initial state over here. Again, this is the initial state, right? Then we have reducers. Now, reducers are just a bunch of functions that you can call, and it has actions as well. Actions are technically the functions, but reducer contains all of that stuff, right? So we have this action called set user, and it takes two parameters, state and action. Again, these are inbuilt parameters. The state contains the data, action contains the state contains the state dot user. So this dot user means this user, and action dot payload contains the data. So what we're doing is basically, imagine this. It's basically like magic. Imagine this, that you're calling a set user function and you pass some data inside of it. Now, this already knows that this is the state, like your set state, and this is the value. So the value is inside the action because the value will be inside the action, and the state refers to the like the use state variable, right? So action is, you can say, like the set state part of it, and state is just the state part of it. If I'm trying to, if I try to make you guys understand in terms of use states, right? Again, this is not this is just my way of explaining it. If you want to understand it, I feel this makes it easy to understand. Then we have the clear state. So over here we are just setting the state dot user to none. So this user is because of this user, right? And the state is refers to the again the global state of your data. So state dot user is equal to none. Now you need to export both the actions, because as to why are we doing this, so that we can use these actions in different files. And again, you need to export the user slice dot reducer, because the reducer will at the end of the day contain all of the data, right? So this is where we are having the user reducer. So I'm importing the user reducer from my user slice, and my actions will also be from my user slice. Earlier, back in the day, without Redux Toolkit, what used to happen was there used to be two different files or two different folders, one for reducer, one for action. So this used to cause a lot of hassle and chaos. Honestly speaking, this is much more simple because everything is just in one single slice, right? Like a slice of any fruit that you have, and that contains everything. So it contains the states, it contains the actions, and all of that is packed inside a reducer, right? But that is about it. So, all right. Uh, right. So I know this might not be clear right now. Like I said, this is just the setup. The setup will make sense to you guys once we start implementing the code. So I think that was it for the Redux setup as well. And again, if I revise, just simply install two. You need to install two packages: Redux.js Toolkit and React Redux. Right. Other than that, create a simple store, configure store. And once you do that, inside the reducer of that, have your user reducer. We'll be having all of our other reducers over here, and we create slices which are basically responsible for, let's say, the user slice is responsible for just the user, the podcast slice is responsible for all the podcasts, the episode slice is responsible for the episodes, and that's about it, right? We can definitely have a loading state and all of those states as well in this, but right now let's just keep our life simple, right? So other than that, what is important is that we add our provider tag, because see, we haven't, right now we have just added this, but we haven't really written any code to link it with our app.js or in our index.js, right? So all you need to do is just wrap your entire app with this provider, and the provider again comes from React Redux, and the store will come from your store, right? So this is why you need React Redux. And okay, so what this provider does is this just says that okay, all of the data that we have will be available throughout our app, right? And that is what the provider does. Basically saying that obviously, so whatever we have will be whatever data we have, since our app is wrapped inside of it, it will be accessible throughout the app. That is what it means. So again, import store from your dot slash store, and import provider from React Redux. So again, what is my store? My store is coming from here, and this is basically what my store is. It is just the configuration, and I configured a store, and that has all of my reducers, which have all of my actions. Everything is interlinked, right? And that is about it. So actions is basically what causes the change in all of the entire states, but a reducer is which keeps a track of it in simple terms. Right. Again, this is a very standard process. Nobody really memorizes this code. This is something that, with practice, if you just do, you will memorize it, or you can just keep on copying pasting from the documentation or any other thing. So this is completely fine. Don't worry about that. Right. What you need to understand is this slices is just the user slice is responsible for the user slice. The what do you say? The podcast slice is responsible for that, and that's about it. So over here we have two actions already: the set user and the clear user. So the user just sets that, and clear user just sets that, and clears it, right? So similarly, I can already make my podcast slides and my episode slides, because what that will contain is basically the same code. Just over here we have podcast written. Over here we'll have an empty array of podcasts. Then initial state will be empty. Then we have the set podcasts and clear podcasts if you want to ever clear podcasts, and similarly set episodes and clear episodes. So again, just a very standard code. There is nothing that you can do to change it or anything. It's a very standard code. It comes from the documentation, and that's about it. Right. So this is, I guess, good enough for our setup part. Now the only thing that is left is inside our app.js, we need to have a React router DOM, and that is about it. Once we do that, our entire app will be ready, and we can get started with the code. So now in today's class, before we finally get started with the coding part, what one last setup that we need to do is we need to set up our entire React router DOM. So for that, again, we'll have to download one dependency, right? So I apparently have both of my terminals running. Okay, never mind. So all I need to do is now say npm react dash router dash DOM, and we just need to install this dependencies. And once we're done with this, we will be setting up our entire routes. So our application is actually very simple in terms of the routes. It doesn't have a lot of routes. So these are the routes that it has. It just has a simple, the landing page that we have, which will be our sign in page, right? Other than that, we have a profile, the podcast page where all the podcasts will be shown. There's a separate page to create podcasts. There's a separate page to, get all the podcast details. So podcast ID is that page's name. And then we also have a podcast ID / create episode. So this page will allow us to create episodes, right? So yeah, and something that you might notice over here that I've done is I've made this private routes variable, or this entire component. So now we will talk about this in a while. Right now this is not needed. Right now let's just make our simple application with all of our routes. Once we are done with the authentication, this is we'll do this then, right? But as the name suggests, what this means is this is that we'll be making some routes private, and what that means is we only want certain routes to be available for the people who are signed in into our application. So if they are signed in, only then can they view these pages. Otherwise they should not be able to. Like for example, going to the profile, if you haven't been authenticated, you're not supposed to go to the profile. So that's about it, right? So again, the code for this is also very, very standard. And let me just put all of this over here. We don't really need this, and we can just directly work with this, right? Again, all of these pages are not really there, but right. So let me just comment out all of these things. Let me import my router from React router DOM. Let me import my routes from React router DOM, and let me import my route. Now, one thing that you see is we see path / and then element. So now this is my entire page, and that is what my entire page components is for. So what I will be doing is I'll be copying this. Over here I can have my header component, right? Like this. I'll import this over here. And if I go to my app.js, instead of this, we need to have our sign up page, right? So sign up page is this entire component that we had made earlier. And right. So now we are importing our sign up page from here. Correct. So if you guys are not aware, by default React allows us to just make simple SPAs, and SPAs is what we call as a single page application. So that is why installing React router DOM is necessary to set up our entire routes for the project, right? So now my routes should be working. If I go to my Google Chrome, we see reading path name. Just a second, should I refresh? Yeah, now it's gone. So we do see our entire application, but do I see something written over here? Have I written something? Okay, we have the header. Let me say hi. Let's see if we do see hi written or not. Okay, so for some reason we don't see hi written on our page. Let's have a look as to what could cause it. And okay, so there seems to be nothing right now in our entire app. Hmm. Let's have a look and see what exactly is going wrong. Uh, Everything has been imported, right? This is the element that will be shown on this particular path. Okay, let's try to restart this. Maybe that is causing some issue. And okay, so if we do this now, we still don't see anything. Hmm. Okay, because my server hasn't started yet. Now it has. Let's see if I refresh. Do I see something? No. For some reason, we don't really see our thing inside our app. Hmm. That is strange. We should ideally see this. Hi, hello. Let's have a look as to what did I do wrong. Element. This is our element, right? And this leads to this sign up page. We are importing our sign up page from our dot slash pages slash sign up, right? And this is what we have on the simple path of slash. This is what we'll be getting. All right. So the reason as to why that was happening was because of our import. So our import needs to be like this. So we need to import a browser router as router. Then we need to have a route and route separately, and that's about it. So this router is actually a browser router, and that is what was missing, and that is why our path is not working. But now our entire path is working. As you guys can tell, we have our hi hello over here. We have the header that we made, and that is all that we need for a router setup as of right now. Again, right, this is something that we'll keep on manipulating as we keep on progressing towards the and keep on making our entire project. From this class we'll be starting off with our header. So now, first things first, inside our header, if we go to our Figma that has been provided to you guys, our header looks something like this, right? So what is exactly happening over here is that we have a div which has a filter and which has this blurring effect that is pushed a little upwards out of the screen, and then we have the basic header. Now the issue is that you guys might be wondering as to why are we not using, let's say box shadow or something like that. So I have a solution for that as well. So let's say this is my header, right? It's transparent in nature, nothing is there as of right now, and we decide to give it a simple effect, right? So for now, let me just give it this kind of an effect, right? So that we can add that drop shadow. So let's say my drop shadow will be 0, 0 over here. Let's say we give it a blur of 20 and we give it a spread of 30. I think that would definitely look good. And this is the color that we have, right? So now obviously, let's say if I increase the spread, or sorry, if I have to decrease this or something like that, right? Let's say, okay, this is what it looks like, right? So now let's say our links were inside of this, correct? This should have ideally worked to something like this, right? But now the issue is that if I don't have a background inside of this, right? uh, okay, let's say if this is what my background looks like, right? Do you see this? So this effect that we already have and the effect that you see right now are two different effects, because obviously then my links would look something like this, and this is not something that I wanted. I wanted it to have somewhat of an effect like this, right? So for that particular reason, you'll have to go over here, click on inspect, and once you inspect this particular div, you'll see that you have this particular styling. So we generally need this styling, and this is how we'll be building our entire header, right? So this is the main part of the header. Anyways, let's go back to our VS Code. So now when we have to make a header, we already have an index.js and a styles.css in place, right? So again, making the header is the simple part. Just say navbar over here, and we can just have another flex, right? So this will be the links flex. So class name, then we have links, right? And now all I need to do is just have links, many links from React Router DOM, and that's about it. And I think links can have it /2. So over here this will be slash, right, slash link, and over here I'll say something like sign up. Correct. So firstly, one thing that I would want to do is just paste this over here. We'll come fix this in a second, right? And this is my first link. Then the next link is, let's say, let's have a look at our Figma. Our next thing is podcast, then start a podcast and profile. All right. So sign up. We have podcasts, right? Then we have start a podcast. So podcasts, then start or create a podcast, whatever. If you guys, the naming is not an issue, right? Start a podcast, and then we have profile. Start a podcast, and then we have profile. So these are the links that I have. If I go visit my navbar right now, if I go to my Google Chrome, this is how it looks. So everything is in center already, but right. So the reason why everything is centered is because of our app.css be having text line center, I believe. So again, this is something that we don't really need. So I can actually just get rid of this, right? Anyways, if we go back to Google Chrome now, everything is on the left, and that is obviously not something that we need. Right, so let me go to my VS Code. Let's go to our navbar firstly, and what I would want to do with my navbar is that I would want to say .navbar, obviously, say display flex, right, justify center, so this way is justify content center, so that everything is centered, right, and align item center is not really needed, but right, so just by doing this, my entire navbar should be in the center of the screen now. Amazing. I can give this a padding of 1 rem. I feel that should be good, right? Or I think 1.5 rem would be really good as well. So yeah, just give it a simple padding of 1.5 rem. Then in my .links, now this is again something which is simple, right? So again, display flex, justify content. Now I can say flex start or center, whatever I want to. I feel center will be definitely a good look. Say a gap of 1.25 rem, right? And line items will be obviously centered, and I think that should be good, and this is the effect that we get. Now obviously the links need to be white in color, or right, so I do need to give them a color. I need to say something like color is equal to var white. Correct. So now everything should be white. I think I'll have to give it the priority of important as well, and okay, or maybe I need to say something like .links a, and then this needs to be white, right? And I need to say text decoration is none. That is also important. So no text decoration, just simple white text, right? In fact, what I do need to do is, instead of making this white, I think we can use this gray color that we have, or this purple gray color. I think that suits it better. And just go over here and say purple gray, right? And okay, so this will look like this now. And what we do want to do is that on the hover of these links, I want to make them white. Correct. So on the hover, make the color as VR white, dash white, and I think I can give it a simple transition, all of 0.3 seconds, and now we have that simple hover effect, right? So okay, my header links is done at least, and if I go over here, these links should work, and as you can see, guys can see, they do work. Now the only thing that is left is my gradient background. So for that, just create a simple div over here, and make this div say, let's say gradient container, right, or shadow, or whatever you want to, just an empty div. So the styling for this is actually this. So uncomment this, and if you guys remember, we copy this from the Figma as it is. We'll definitely be making some changes, so we do need to do that. But right, the position will be absolute, or I can even make it fixed. Correct. The width is, we can keep something like 800 pixels. The height is something like 150 pixels, right? The left and top, now these things are things which need to be basically centered. So I just need to say margin auto, and I think that will also center the div. So if I go over here now, the div is centered, as you guys can see. It is in front of the links. That is why our z index we need to give it. So let's give it a simple z index of, let me give it -1. So this way at least I know it's behind the links, right? So this is how that looks. The gray links do not look the best, so I think instead of this I need to make them gray only. Yeah, I think this looks much better, right? And okay, something is missing. So now what we will do is I will give this a top of minus 100 pixels, and what that will do is I will just push it a little above. So I don't know if you guys noticed that change or not. Let me just show it side by side, and I think that will be much more prominent, right? So okay, without this is how it looked, and with this is how that looks, right? So even I can make it go a little further up, and this looks really cool, right? So something like this is the effect that we had wanted. So right, if you want to change the blur, I think this looks really cool. Correct. So it's again totally up to you however you want to do this, but right, these are it from my side, and this should be good enough. I can say blue over here, and that's about it. As you guys can see, since we just have a few links, we don't really need a mobile nav bar. I think just having 4 links is good enough. Maybe we'll decrease the font size or something, and this is good enough, good to go. Correct. So our header was fairly simple. Something that I do generally want to see is what was the color of the links that I gave previously, because I feel we should use that color. Just a second. The color is this. So I feel this color will match our entire header really better. So let's just use this, right? And if you go over here, this definitely looks better, right? Okay, cool. If you want to give it a font weight, definitely give it a font weight as well. Nobody will say anything to that. If you go over here, 500 looks a little better and looks a little cleaner, right? So great. So this was it for our header. The links are working as well. Something that we do definitely want to do is we want to put an active class or something like an active class, so that if we are on the home page, I want this to be white. So that is something that you guys can see in the Figma as well. So if I'm on the SignUp page, this is white, right? If I'm on the podcast page, this is white. So the logic for this is again very simple. You can write a simple conditional rendering kind of a thing, and for that what you'll have to do is you'll have to get the current link of your page. So how do you do that? Well, you just say const location, and using the use location hook of the React router DOM, you can get the current location. Then from the location you get the path name, and from the path name you guys can do the rest, right? So okay, let me just show this to you guys as well in action. So there's this hook from React router DOM itself called the use location hook. So now if I show you my current path will be slash for my home page. My current path will be podcasts for my podcast page, right? Let me actually just console log it and show you. So current path, and then I can just show current path, right? If you go to our Google Chrome, if I inspect my element, right now my current path will be slash, right? If I go to podcasts, the path is technically it's slash podcasts. The reason why we cannot see it is because we don't have any slash podcast page, but trust me, we do see that, and that's about it. So now all you need to do is just conditionally render it, right? So it's up to you if you want to give it a class name, or if you want to give it a simple or if you want to conditionally style it, inline style it, it's totally up to you. So you guys can do something like this and say current path name is equal to slash, right? So this means active, else no class, right? And that is all that you need to do. So we can just have this, then over here current path name is equal to slash podcasts, then this will become active. Over here we'll have current path name is equal to slash start podcast, right? Then we have this, if the current path is equal to slash profile, we'll have active. So now we need to style the active class. So just go over here, say dot active, and say color is equal to white and important, right? This way, if we are on our home page, this is already whitened. If I go to the podcast will be white, and that's about it, right? So again, super simple setup. Our header is also now complete. right? So the next thing in line is to code our sign up page, which will just be a simple form. It will have our full name, our email, our password, our confirm password, and yeah, a file input, right? So we will also be making a custom file input for us. And once that is done, we are good to go. Then we'll start with the authentication. In today's class, we'll be just starting off with our simple sign up and login components. And that's about it. So firstly, we need to make a custom input component, and which we will obviously be having a lot of times, and we will be requiring our input component again and again. And the reason for that is also very simple. So we need one, we'll need all of these custom inputs in our sign up page, in a login page, to create a podcast, to even do this part, right? So basically for everything we do need a custom input component, correct? All right, so let's just get started, right? And to make a custom component, it's very simple. Just go to your code base. We'll go over here. Inside our components, I'm going to make a separate folder called input, right? And over here I'll have my index.js, and I will have my styles.css. So my index.js will contain all of my code, so or all of my JSX. So over here I'll just say input component, and now the input component is actually very simple. It is just a simple input, right? The type of which will be a prop, right? The value of which will be a state. So the value of this component will be a state, right? The on change will have an e over here, and we can pass an on change function, or right now let's just pass the set state function, and set state will be e dot target dot value, e.target.value, right? So we have the type, this we have the placeholder. So even the placeholder will be a prop, right? And what else is left? So type, value, this required can be a boolean. So if you want a required field or not, so again, required can be a boolean. And other than that, we just need a simple class name. So the class name will be input, or I can say custom input, right? All of these things are basically are simple props that we'll be passing. So I'll just put them over here, and I'll separate them with commas, right? And that's about it. So with this, your entire component is technically done. We do definitely need to style it, but before we style it, I would like to just call it in our sign up page to see if it's fine or not. So okay, we will need a div over here, and I'll tell you why do we need that div. Basically all of our components will be wrapped inside this part, and this is what we have. If I do this, if we go to the screen, this is what we see, right? Obviously there's no nothing there right now. So let's create a custom, not a custom, but a basically state. So for our full name and set full name, right? So we have a simple state for our name, full name. Over here I'll say use state, and by default this will be empty. So now again I need to pass a state. The state will be my full name, right? I need to pass a set state. So my set state will be set full name, right? I need to pass a placeholder. So the placeholder will be full name, right? My type is equal to text, correct? And I think that is about it. Required, let's have required as false, or true, actually required as true, right? So this then becomes, as you guys can see, we can see the placeholder, everything is working. If I do this, my state must be getting updated and whatnot. All right, now we'll go over here and we will style it. So the way I would like to style it is by its style.css, or dot slash styles.css, right? The styling is very simple. I just need to say my background color will be transparent, or I can just say VR theme, right? I need to have a simple color. The color will be VR white, obviously. So the color will be white. I need to have a, I think I already did the font part. uh, my border will be a simple 2 pixel solid VR. Over here we'll now have the purple gray color, right? Border radius will be, I think, 0.2 or 0.5 rem should be good. Padding will also be simple, 0.5 rem and 1 rem. I think this should be good. So if you go over here, this is how our custom input looks. I might have to increase the font size. Maybe let's increase the font size a little. Let me say 1 rem. So this way the font size has increased. The hmm, the padding seam or the border radius seems to be a lot. This is what the border radius looks like, and this is now coming together, right? Now what needs to be done is obviously the width. So over here, even though I'm going to give it a full width of 100%, but what I would like to do is that the div that is closing this entire thing, right? So let's go to a sign up page. Over here we have this wrapper div, right? So this is what we're going to call as a wrapper, and the reason why I'm calling this as a wrapper is, or let me just say input wrapper, is because all of our divs will have a similar width, and all of those div need to be styled together. So that is why we just have that styling over here. And let me make the width as something like 80%, and I would say display block, so that everything is a block over here, margin left, and margin left auto, or I can just do this, right? So this way, now this is fully centered, and this will always be centered. Now another thing that I need to do is give this a margin top, and let me give this a margin top of 4M, right? Let's see if that works or not. Right, so giving it a margin top of 4M works like this, and right. So that's good. Something that we definitely missed was over here we need to have an H1 as well, right? And this will say sign up here, or sign up. That's it. So now I need to style this H1 as well. So I'll go to my index.css and I'll say dot input wrapper H1, and we need to give it a font size of I think 1.2 rem, and font weight of 500 would be good, right? So this is how that looks. 1.2 rem is too less, so let me say 1.5 rem. Let me also say text align center, so that it is centrally aligned, right? So this is centrally aligned, and I should, I think, reduce this a little. Not really sure of this heading, but okay, and give it a margin bottom of I think 2 rem will be nice, right? So this is like the basic structure, and I think something that I should do is reduce this to 70%. That will look better. um, yeah, and I do need to increase the padding a little. So we'll go to our input. Let me just make the padding as 1 rem only totally, and this is how that looks. And yeah, I think this is fine for now. uh, this seems to be fine. And okay, so now the next thing that I need to do is I'll have my font weight over here as well, 500 by default. And something that you need to realize is, as soon as I click over here, do you see this blue outline? So that is because when our input is in focus, that is what we see. So what I would want is, when my custom input is in focus, right, I would want my outline to be none. So I can just say outline is none, right? And I can just say border color is via white. So this way is what happens is, when I'm typing something, this is the kind of look that I'll have. Now one other thing that I want to do is I want to also style my placeholder. So I think I can just do this placeholder, and a dot custom into placeholder, and the color that I would want to give to my placeholder is VR gray, purple gray. So this way there is a uniformity. If I click on this, this is what we see, right? Pretty cool. So our custom input component is now completed, and right, it works like a charm. Everything looks normal, is great. So now all we need to do is just replicate this again and again, and that is how we'll be finishing our entire sign up component. So we'll have this constable name. I need to have one for email. So over here I'll say email, right? E will be capital. So basically just another component. I think I also need to give this margin. Yep, I need to give this a simple margin. So let's say the margin for this will be 1 rem. 1 rem looks great. This is what we have. Perfect. So now let's go back to our sign up page. Over here we have, instead of our full name, let me say email, and over here this will also be email, right? This will also be email, and required will also be true. Similarly, now I just need to repeat this again and again. So we have a simple password over here, set password, text to whatever, and we need to have a password. So now I also need to have a confirm password, because obviously when we are signing up we need to show all of those things, right? So set password over here. Similarly, I need to have one more for my confirm password. Once I do that, we have all of our four states that we need, and the last one needs to be a confirm password, and that's about it, right? This needs to look like this, and these two types will be password. So now if we go over here, this is how that looks like, right? If you go over here, this is my name, this is the email. If I type in my password, the password is invisible to the user, and this looks pretty cool. All right. So now what is missing is our simple sign up button, or just a button in general, and that's about it. And also for some reason, I believe these inputs are not centered. There is a little more gap over here than there. Let me refresh. Something is off definitely over here. We will have to come back and fix this, but I feel it's this. And but then the issue is my inputs, and I don't want to give them a hard coded value, but let's just quickly do that as well, if that's the case, and just get done with it. So over here, instead of saying 100%, let me say something like 70 view width, and all of my over here, when I talk about my wrapper, let me make my wrapper as 80 view width. So this way is, at least I know my wrapper will be a little bigger, and this is all centered, everything is cool, right? So much more cleaner. And but yeah, this approach definitely has some drawbacks, that in smaller screens this will not look good. We'll have to write some media queries for this, but for now this looks great. Okay, now this seems to be a little off, but something is very weird. Or is it just me? Okay, so these are not aligned with it, so I guess my this div needs to have a flex now centered or whatever. Just a second, we can fix that also quickly. So when I go to my sign up page, this input wrapper that we have, instead of saying okay, so instead of saying display block, let's just give it a display of flex. Say flex direction is column, right? And make everything centered. So simple enough. Justify content center and align items center. This way, at least we know for a fact that everything will be visually centered. And okay, cool. So our this component is done. Again, let's not waste more time on this. What we can now work on towards is the button. The button is also very simple, just a custom simple button that we have. So over here, the button styling will also be very similar, to be honest. So we can actually copy some of the styles, right? But again, if I do that, the button will be 70% in height. We'll fix that someday. Or I can make a smaller button. Let's see. So let's say this is my button, and a button is nothing but it needs to have a text and an on click function. And that's about it. So just have a text over here, and on the click of this button, just run this on click function. Right, and that is generally about it. So now over here, all I need to do is /styles.css, and right. So if I go to my sign up page now, I can just simply go over here below my input component, just say button, and type in text. So what is the text? The text will be, let's say, sign up, right? And what is on click? There's nothing on click as of right now. Maybe we can run that handle submit button. So we'll have a simple function over here which will deal with handle sign up and all of the logic for that. So easy enough. This is what we'll have. Let me say console.log, and over here I'll say handling sign up. So now all I can do is just copy this and paste this handle sign up over here, and that's about it. If I go to my div, button is not defined, import button. If I go over here, this is how my button looks. Again, I need to style it properly. So let's go to the styling part, which is simple enough. Just say over here custom btn, and just have a simple All right, so just say text line center, that'll make our entire text centered. Give this a very simple border. So again, 2 pixels, solid, we are white, if I remember correctly. Let's just look at our button once. Okay, yeah, it needs to be white in color and it needs to have the same padding. So again, a padding of 1 rem will do, and the same border radius as well. So I think the border radius for my input was 0.35 rem. Yeah. So over here also I'll have 0.35 rem, and that should be good to go. Cursor needs to be pointed definitely, and we can definitely work around a really cool animation. But right now, just a simple animation, and I think this is the most basic animation out there. Just simply make the button white and make the color of the text as theme. Right. Once we do that, now I can just say transition all 0.2 seconds, and that's about it. If I go to my Google Chrome, this is how my button looks. For some reason, my transition is not working. Hmm. Okay, now it is. Cool enough. And I need to give it a min width. And okay, so I guess we can for now give it a width of 70 view width itself. We will definitely have to change this because, like I said, this is not the ideal way. We need to give it a margin as well. And we need to change the font size too. So margin of 1 rem. And if you talk about the font size will be the same as the input, which is this, and the font weight needs to be the same as well. Great. So all of these things were necessary as well. And now if we look, we have a very similar button which does the job. If I click on it, I should be able to go to my console and I should be able to see handling sign up. Cool. So our sign up is done. Now something that is left is definitely that I need to have a simple p tag, and on the click of that p tag, I need to show my um, login. So since we will have the same page for a login and sign up, okay, so I'll just show you what I mean. So click here if you already have an account, right? Or click here to login, account, login, right? So if I do that, if I show you guys, this is what it looks like. And now on the click of this, I need to make all of this disappear and I need to show something else. So again, for that, we'll have a simple flag state. So a simple flag, I'll just call it flag itself. And we need to make it true and false. And that's about it. So by default, let's make it false. So if my flag is false, so now this is the interesting part. What we do need to do is let's build a group of components called SignUp components, where my SignUp page components are, and let's create a group of common components. So this is where my common components will be. So like my button is a common component that I'll be using again and again. Header is a common component that I'll be using here again and again. Input is a common component that I'll be using again and again. Right. What my signup components will have are my signup page components. Correct. So for example, the signup form, right? And I need to have another folder for my login form. Right. So now what I'll do is I'll say index.js over here. And I don't really think so we need styling for this, but I definitely need. So what I'll be doing is I'll just be passing this entire component and including the button, I think, and the use states. So let's just do that quickly. So I'll just copy this entire thing, make it into a component, go to my signup form, say RFCE over here, signup form, and have my signup form over here, right? Uh, we don't need a div, we can just keep it empty. And I need to have my handle signup and all the logic basically over there. So except for my flag, all of my logic will be inside of that component, right? So this way is everything is compartmentalized, everything is modular, and our entire code looks clean as well. So this is how that will look like. So now I'll just say this, correct, and I can just write over here if flag. So if no flag, then show this. So right now by default the flag was false, so by default we'll be showing this, and then we'll be showing them our entire login thing. Similar logic will be over here as well. I can just say if no flag, question mark, this is my h1, else my h1 needs to be login, right? Then similarly over here also I'll have the same logic. So this part that I said, click here to sign up or login or whatever. So click here if you already have an account, and over here I'll say don't have an account, click here to sign up, right? So don't have an account, click here to sign up, correct? And I can just say already have an account, click here to log in. So already have an account, click here to log in, right? Now all I need to do is just simply say that on the click of this button I need to somehow switch my flag. So I'll just say set flag and not flag. So now what will this do is this will just behave like a switch, and every time I click it, it's going to say on and off. So basically true, false, false will become true, and so on, right? So if I already go to my Google Chrome, use state is not defined inside a sign up form. So over here I will have to import my use state. Cool, and I will have to import this component as well. Great. So if I go over here, button is not defined. Obviously, we'll have to import a button as well. All right. So now everything does seem to work. Sign up form is not defined. Right. So now the thing is that if I go over here and click this, this will be gone, and I see my login. Right. So that is it. I can just completely copy this entire page. Go over here, have an index.js, and just exactly like my sign up form, the only difference is there won't be full name, there will be just email and password, and that's about it. Instead of handle sign up, I'll have handle login, and that's about it, right? So we don't need this anymore. We just need a simple email and password, and that is all that we need to authenticate ourselves. And the button will be called login, and on click will be this. So now we will definitely call this as the login form. If you guys want, you can wrap it in a form too, that's totally up to you. And I should name this sign up page, right? uh, I hope my import got updated. Yes, it did. So thank you VS Code for that. And right over here I just need to say now simply login form, and that's about it. So one other thing that I should do is over here, just for now I'm just saying cursor pointer. You guys can definitely give it more styling if you want to, but let's keep our life simple right now, and that's about it, right? So definitely a lot of JSX on this code, but on this file, but right. So now if I click on this, I'll go to the login page. If I click over here, I'll go to the sign up page. So basic simple toggle. The code is all modular. We have a sign up button, we have a login button, functions are separate, everything is cool, right? So now the only thing that is left is to authenticate our users, and to do that we will be using Firebase, like I told you guys. In today's class, what we'll be doing is very simple. We'll first be authenticating the user. So like I told you guys, there is a two-step process. So first we authenticate the user, then we need to save all of their information, like their full name, for example, and their email, and their, in the future we'll also have the display picture or the DP in the sign up form. So we'll be saving all of that information as well, right? So now there are two parts of the Firebase service that we've talked about that we need to use to accomplish this. The first one being, like I said, the authentication part. So the code for authentication is very, very simple. And the second being your the Firebase storing part, right? So like I showed you guys over here, let's say if I have a particular user, right? Every user will have their UID as well. So when Firebase authenticates a user, they have their identifier, they have their all of their information when they created this account, when they sign in, all of that information, and they have the user UID. Now this user UID is what we'll be using to keep a track of that particular user's information. So let's say over here we have this, right? We have this. So if you guys remember, this UID and the UID that I copied are the same. So basically this is the relation that the user UID has, which we'll be generating from authentication, and we'll be using it to save it inside a particular document, and that document's ID will be that user's UID. So this way is making our calls will be very, very simple, and this way it becomes kind of linked, right? So to do that, like I said, it's very simple. Let's go to our VS Code and just quickly get started. So right now what we are doing is that on the click of sign up, we are running this entire function. So now as soon as this function runs, what we need to do is we need to create our user first. And how do we do that? Well, to do that, there's this very simple function in Firebase which is used for authentication. And this is what that entire thing is about, right? So obviously we'll have it inside a try catch block and I'll explain everything. So, okay. So we have this very simple function called, just a second, let me console log my errors as well. Error. Okay. And this needs to be async. So obviously this will be an async call because we will have to wait for some information, right? So over here we just said we are trying to do this. If there is some error, we're catching it. So I just said const user credentials is equal to await create user with email and password. So now this function is actually a function that we get from our Firebase, right? In terms of auth, I will have to import my auth from Firebase as well. So for some reason my auto import is not working right now. Let's see. Hmm. I will have to import them manually then. So obviously, as you guys can tell, these two imports are the imports that are necessary as of right now, right? So okay, we have this particular function which says create user with email and password. We have our auth coming from our Firebase. We have the email and password from this email and password. I know obviously we also have our confirm password and normal password. So let's say if our password is equal to confirm password, only then will we allow them to sign up, right? And also one more thing that we need to do is we need to have our passwords more than 6 letters, let's say, greater than equal to 6, right? So if this condition satisfy, only then do this, else we'll be throwing an error. So I'll just come to this, right? Throw an error anyways. So like I said, the code is very standard. You just need to say const user credential is equal to await and then create user with email password. And this takes the auth. So where is this auth coming from? The auth is coming from this Firebase, right? Something that we had exported. So we need this auth. This email is the email that we'll be creating the account with, and password is obviously the password. And that will give you a user. So now let me do something, and over here, let me just console log that user to show you guys that our user is actually being created, right? And that is the best part. So, and that's it. That is all that you needed to do. Let's see. We see that Firebase is not there. Okay, I will have to see where our Firebase is coming from. So we'll get out of this folder. We need to get out of one more folder, and then I think one more, and then we'll have a Firebase, right? So this is what my import for my Firebase looks like. And now let's create our account. So let's say this is my Avi Vashist over here, and this is the Gmail account. So now I'll say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 as my password. So I'll have 8 over here as well. And as soon as I sign up, so handling sign up runs, obviously we need to show a loader, and this is the user that I see. So you see that I see a user UID, I see an access token, I see the email verified false, is anonymous false, phone number is false, photo URL is also something that I can already put over here technically. And yeah, so I do see a lot of things, right? So this is the auth or the user object that Firebase provides us with. And if I go to my Firebase console right now and go to my authentication, I will see my account there, and this is the UID. So our authentication is now successfully done. If I try to do this again, it should give me an error, and it gives me an error, says that already used, right? Auth slash email already in use. So if the email is already in use, that means I cannot create another account with it. That means I will have to log into that account, right? So that is the best part. So over here, something that you need to realize is there's a difference between signing up and logging in. Signing up is when a user first creates their account, and logging in is when they want to re-log in into the same account, right? Again and again. So that's about it. So now, since we're done with this, we also need to do one simple thing that, like I told you guys, we will be creating a simple document to store all of the user details, right? To do that as well, again, we have a very standard code. We'll be using a function called setDoc, and inside that function, we'll be calling another function called doc, and that will contain all of our details, right? So if I show you guys that, it just looks like this, and that's about it. Like I said, I'm just giving you little code snippets, and these are all very, very standard. So okay, have a look at this. So now what we're doing is, over here we were creating our account. So let me put that comment over here, creating users account, right? So once we're done with creating, we need to save the users detail in the database, right? So over here I'll say saving users details, right? So we'll be saving the user's detail. Obviously, instead of name, we have full name of the user. So now look at what I'm doing. I'm saying set doc. That means I'm setting a document. Now, where am I getting this from? From Firestore, right? I need this doc. So this doc is like a class name. So set doc is a setter. Doc is basically we are creating a doc. So where are we creating? In the DB that we have. This DB is again coming from our Firebase.js. So our auth was here, our DB is here, right? So we get that as well. Then users is the name of the collection. So if you guys remember, we need to store it in the collection of users. So this is the name of that collection. This is the document ID. So like I said, the mapping will be in the sense that the user.uid will be the doc.uid. If I remove this, then what would that mean is that it will be a random doc ID. I don't want it to be a random doc ID. I want the users.uid to be my doc ID, right? So my full name is this. Now email is coming from user.email. What is email? This. I can even directly put the same email because the email is the same. I'm saving the UID. And this profile pic is something that we'll do in the future. Right now you don't need to. Okay. So this will now successfully create that document and it will save all of our data there. So if I go to my Google Chrome now, we see set doc is not defined. I will have to import it again, I guess. And okay, so now let me go to my podcast app and I will be getting rid of this entire account. So I deleted this entire account. So now let's sign up again with the same credentials. So when I click sign up, we again need to build the loading states, but my sign up is done. The best part is that my doc will also be created. So if I refresh, I see that my sign up was successfully done, right? And note the UID. UID is HE0V something something. So if I go to my Firestore database, I should see a collection of users. Where is this users coming from? This users is coming from this users. The database is the database initialization that we did. And user.uid is the doc ID. So this is the doc ID and it is also HE0V. What was HE0V? It was this, right? So this is how it becomes very easy, because now in the future, whenever I want to get the user's data, I will just say user.uid and that will get me all of the user's data. And as you can see, I can actually get all of that data. So I have successfully created a document and I have successfully inserted all of my data in my entire doc. Right. Now the last thing that is left is that I need to call my dispatch. So what is a dispatch? A dispatch is a way to call your actions from your Redux. So if you guys remember, we need to save everything in our Redux as well. So every time we are saving something in our database, I'll just call my use dispatch from React Redux. And now all I need to do is I just need to say dispatch. I need to say set user. Now where is the set user coming from? From the user slice action. So this set user is actually this action that we had, this action, and this takes two parameters, right? The state is there by default, action is the part where we will have the data. So now I just need to pass this entire user object and that's about it. The moment I do that, my data will be saved in my Redux as well, right? So that's about it. So we did our create user with email and password, created this, right? We have our set doc. So I set my doc, I created a new doc, then this is the DB, this is the users, this is the collection name, this is the doc ID, and this is the data inside of it, right? And I dispatched. So this dispatch is to save data in the Redux, save data in the Redux, or to be honest, call the Redux action, right? And once this is done, what we can do is I can actually, so since let's say your sign up is done, now what is it that you would want to do? You would want to take the user to their profile page. So that is what we'll be doing. I will be calling const navigate from our use navigate, and now all I need to say is just simply navigate slash profile, and that will take me to the profile page. So every time we sign up now, it will take us to the profile page. Right now we don't have any profile page. Let's just quickly create a profile.js page over here, say RFCE, have a profile over here, and yeah, so go to our app.js, have another route like this, simply call it slash profile. Over here say profile uh, from profile, and that's about it. So now every time I sign up, it should take me to the profile page, right? And that is about it. So once we're done with this, our entire sign up is done. Now we can call our dispatch to see if everything is being called properly or not. But before that, let's also do the login part. So again, the login part is also the same. All you need to do is have a look at this. So earlier, what we were doing was, okay, earlier we were doing create user, right? Now what we'll be doing is we'll just be simply saying sign in with email and password. So the only difference is that over here we said create user with email password. So now that is the sign up part. Now what we need to do is we need to say that we will be, obviously we will be signing in with email and password. So that is why we need to import this, right? So again, auth comes from Firebase, right? Email password is this email password. So now as soon as we click on this button, we will say, okay, sign in with email password, we get some user. Now over here, this is how you get a doc, right? So now I would just want to show you guys what exactly we are doing. So we are doing the opposite of what we were doing there. So over here, instead of setting a doc, we are getting details from the doc. I am saying the doc is from the database, the connection is users, and user.uid is the doc.uid. So user.uid is this. So this space, I'll get all of my user data, right? So if I console.log that and show you guys what that is, you guys will see that we are actually getting all of our user data, and that is what it was about, right? Again, calling a simple dispatch to dispatch our entire thing. So let me say dispatch is equal to use dispatch, right? From Redux, I also need to say const navigate is equal to use navigate, and this will help me navigate to my profile as well. And that's about it, right? So again, we are dispatching set user. So this will set my user again. And right now we don't need toasts. All right. So again, like I said, let's just see what user data we are getting, right? So if I go to my Google and if I go to my React app, so if you guys remember, now our account has been created. So now let's try to log in. So this is the email that I had logged in with, and this should be my password. So let me say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. If I click on login, let's have a look. Handling login, it shows us that, and it takes me to the profile page. This is the profile page. So everything is working smoothly. Our navigate is working, and this is the user data that I have, by the way: email, name, and UID. All of the things that were there over here, right? Sorry, over here, email, name, and UID. So again, over here we are getting the doc, over there we are setting the doc. Simply get doc, and what doc do you want to get? So you want to get the doc which is in RDB. It has from the collection of users, and the ID of that doc is this. You can also have other queries like where email is this, so we can even do that. But that is something that we'll definitely be doing in the future when we talk about podcasts or episodes. So we will see all of the different queries that we can make to get data from our Firebase. But yeah, that is about it. And we have successfully set our dispatch as well. So our user should be set now. So in fact, what I can do is if we go to a profile, I should be able to get it inside my use effect. So let's say if I say const user is equal to use selector, right? If I say use selector, and over here, if I say state dot user, uh, this should give me that, and new selector is coming from Redux. And if I go over here and say console.log my user and say user, that should give me the data, right? So if I go over here, go to my console, this does give me state is not defined. Just a second, I think I'm getting the syntax wrong. It is state and then. Let's have a look. Right, the state is this. Never mind. So I need to do this. State is the arrow function of the selector, and that's about it. So if I do this, we should get all of our user. So my user is over here as well, right? So cool, works like a charm. So now something that you need to realize is this is coming from my use selector, right? And yeah, everything is working just fine. Great. So right, and that is what it's about. Just simply going over here, and oh, something that we need to get rid of this profile pic. Anyways, now our thing will be really nice. So let's try to log in again. So let's say this is what I have. Let me log in. So once I log in, it will take me to the profile page. As soon as I see that, I see my user, and this data is coming from my Redux. This data is obviously coming from the Firebase doc that we had, but this is no longer there with us. But all of the data that was coming in our doc is stored in our Redux. And how do I know that? Because I can use this useSelector hook to get all of that data. So this useSelector hook just allows me to get my user state. So now you might be asking, why do we have state.user.user? So the reason we have state.user.user is because the state refers to the obviously the global state that we have. Then dot user is because our user's slice says name was user, and then dot user again because this is the object that is inside user, right? So if we didn't have an object, if we directly had the data, then again it would just be state.user. But state.user.user refers to the fact that dot user is the name of the slice, and then dot again is state.user, which is the actual variable that is holding everything, right? And that is about it. So within just a single lecture, we have successfully authenticated our user. We have successfully like signed up and logged in and managed our Redux state. So everything is now done. We can even code out our profile page if you want to, and that will take a few seconds. So we can just make our header, right? And if I make a header, I can import it like this. And as you guys can see, my profile is highlighted. So this is something that we wanted to check from day one. We successfully did that. Now, right now, let me just make a simple div and let me just show you guys my uh, user.name will give me user.name, correct? So instead of this, I can have this as h1. So user.name will give me user.name, user.email will give me user.email, and user.uid will give me the UID, right? So if I see this, I see all of the data of my user as well. So again, like I said, everything is with you now. And if this did not make sense, don't worry. We will be working a lot with Firebase, and these are all very standard codes. You need to refer to the documentation. I'll definitely try to take a class on that as well, just to show you guys how do you navigate from Firebase's documentation as well. But yeah, so we did a lot. We did our authentication from Firebase. We saved some data in the Firestore, and we also dispatched a user. So this dispatch is to basically set our user, right? So over here we're setting it every time you're signing in, logging, and in our profile we can just use the use selector to get that data, and that's about it. Now in this form we do need to ideally we do need to add in our display picture as well, but that is something we'll do later. So I would really want to first do some validations on both the sign up page and the login form, and I would also like to show some toasts. So for that we'll be using a very simple platform called React Toastify, uh, or an npm package. I'm so sorry. React Toastify is a very simple npm package, and the code for this is also very simple. So firstly, we'll be installing installing this package by just simply saying npm I React Toastify. So let's go to our VS Code, and over here let's just simply install our dependency. Now, to use these toasts, it's actually very simple. And this is a good way to give your user some feedback, right? So all you need to do is you first need to just wrap your entire application in this toast container. And what this does is this allows you to technically use your toasts in all of the different pages that you have. So it's very simple. Just go to your app.js, or you can even go to your index.js, whatever you want. And over here, just have your toast container, right? You need the styling as well, and that's about it. So now when you have this toast container, we have imported this toast container from React Toastify like this, and we are also importing the styling, right? Once done, now the only thing that is left to do is just call this toast function, and inside this function you pass in your string, and you can just show any toast that you want to, right? Now there is a lot of styling and a lot of customization that you can do to a particular toast, right? There's these toast.success. If I click on show toast, this is how that will look, right? There's a dark toast, there's a colored toast, and these are all different as you guys can see, right? Then there's a warning. So for that you need to write toast.warning. If you write toast.info, that'll be just a simple info toast, right? So by default, I'll be using simple styling, right? The basic styling that is there, but you can mess with all of these stylings, and this code will be given to you. So you can disable auto scroll, auto close, you can disable the progress bar, you can do a lot of things, right? So this is a very beautiful documentation. I would want you guys to customize your toasts, but for now, let's just use the basic simple ones, right? And I'll just show you how to do that. So let's say we are signing up on our platform and a user is signing up on our platform, and what we want them to do is basically something very simple. So we have already said over here, if password is equal to confirm password and password dot length is greater than equal to 6. So now we need to first check if password is not equal to confirm password, right? So what do we need to say? I need to give them a toast dot error, and what is the error going to say? Please make sure your password and confirm password matches, right? I need to now import toast from React Toastify, and that's about it. So let's say now if we go to our React application and we try to sign up. So over here I say avivashist1@gmail.com. My name is Avivashist, right? We have a password, and now this is ideally 1234567 8. Let me do 1234567. Instead of 8, I'm putting 9 here now. Now when I click on sign up, it will say please make sure your password and confirm password matches, right? So again, this seems to be way too long of a message, so you guys can make this shorter to make it look better, whatever you guys want, right? Other than that, we can also have a simple else if over here and just say password dot length not equal to not basically if it is less than 6, right? Because the condition was it needs to be greater than equal to 6. So if it's less than 6, then again just give a simple toast dot error saying that please make sure your password is more than 6 digits long, is more than 6 digits long. Now you should also do one thing, that you should also have some more validations like special characters and all of those things, right? Now let's say when our entire thing is created, so we also should give a toast dot success, and over here also user has been created. So this is the success message, right? So now what's going to happen is if I successfully sign up, so now let's say 1234567 8 is the password. This is the new Gmail ID. So now if I sign up, it will give a toast saying that, hey, okay, so your user has been created, right? So that is also very cool. Now something that you guys must have noticed is that we're not showing any loading state. So we should also show a simple loading state. So for that, right now what I would want to do is I would just want to make a simple loading state over here, call it loading, then set loading over here, right? And have it as false by default. But as soon as we start this handle sign up, I want to make it true, right? And as soon as our user has been dispatched, I would want to make it as false, right? And over here also I would want to make it as false if there is some error or anything, right? All right. And over here we do have a try and catch method also. So what you should do is you should not only show the error like console log it, you should also toast it. So also say toast dot error and just show the error. That's fine. E dot message. I think this should be good as well, right? So now what we want to do is, let's say this is the button that we have, right? Over here I will have disabled, right? And disabled will be if loading is true, so basically disable it. If it is not true, then don't disable it. By default it will be false. And what we also want to do is over here have two texts, one for loading dot dot dot, right? So one thing that I need to make sure is if there is a disabled prop over here, and I need to pass this disabled prop as disabled. So this way what happens is, now if we are signing up and the thing is loading, our disabled message will be shown, like loading message will be shown, and the button will be disabled, so nobody can click it 2 times, right? This is also something that goes a long way. So let me just make my second account over here. Let me say Avivashist. We also need to take care of log out, by the way, we'll do that later. So Avivashist2 is my name, then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 is my name, let's say, or is my password. If I click on sign up now, so it shows this loading, and now I wouldn't be able to click it if I wanted to, and this is what we see, right? So now let's do the same thing where I try to sign up again using the same account, right? So 2, and then the password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and if I click on sign up, let's see what is the error. Firebase error, auth email already used. So we are also getting that error, right? So just like this, you can do the same thing over here, right? And also something that we should do is, I forgot to set loading as false in this error message as well. So now it would have gotten fixed, right? So we need to do the same thing over here as well. So again, also you need to make sure that your email and full name and all of these things are also not empty, right? So you can have them as required props, or you can just say and then full name uh, and email, right? I think this should work. Add an if else down below for this as well. If you want to, you can do that. Right now, let's just move ahead, and I'll just quickly do this for my entire log in form as well, right? So I would say that you guys should use a form like the HTML form tag to accomplish this task. But again, it's totally up to you if you want to or if you don't want to. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You just need to know how to handle these cases. So again, we'll set loading as true as soon as we are starting our loading process. If the dispatch is done successfully, say make this false. If there is an error, you need to make this as false again. And over here again, we'll do the same thing. So if loading is there, then show loading dot dot dot, right, and disabled is equal to loading. So if it's loading, then it'll be disabled, right? And that's about it. So one more thing, we need to add toast over here as well. So toast dot success, right? The message is simple, login successful, right? Import your toast. Similarly, if the login is errorful, just give the error and just show the error dot message, right? Similarly, do make sure that, again I would like to say, do make sure that your if else's are working. So if email and password is there, right? If email and password, so only then try to do this. Otherwise there's no point in doing this. Just show a simple error saying that, hey, you need to fill your email and password, right? Else toast dot error, make sure email and password are not empty, and that is it. I think we are missing something. So my bad, I wrote and I should have written this, and this is good, right? So if I go over here now, let's try to log in. So let's say if I try to log in first with an incorrect password, right? So this is an incorrect password, loading state is there, Firebase wrong password, cool. If I do this, make sure email and password is not empty, great. And if I successfully log in, let's see if that is also working or not. So okay, in our if else also we need to again make the set loading as false. So don't forget to do this, guys, very important, right? And did I not save my code? I did. I think I'll have to refresh. Let's see. So if I now log in, it should take us and login successful. Perfect. So just a very simple basic error validation that we did today. And in the next class, what we'll be doing is we'll be starting off by creating this starter podcast form. And oh, before we do that, something that you need to realize is we need to make our routes protected. So in the next class, let's actually make our routes protected, and we also need to fetch our user detail as soon as the person comes to this website. We need to know if the person is already logged in or not. Right now, what is happening is, let's say I go away from this website and then I decide to come back to this website. Now this will take me to the sign up page. What we need to do is, if the person is still logged in, because we haven't logged out. If you guys remember, we haven't really logged out till now. So what we need to do is we need to write a use effect function in our app.js. So whenever our app instance is there, right? And our entire app instance is obviously going to be there whenever the app is called. So doesn't matter whatever page we have, whenever this component is called, we need to have a use effect over here which decides and says that, okay, if the user was previously logged in, right, get their user and just get their data. And that is what is important. So we'll be writing a use effect over here, which will allow us to get the user's data from the doc. So basically it will be very similar to the profile code that we have over here, right? So over here we are calling the use selector, but what if the use selector is not there? So let's say if I go over here, and as you can see, reading properties of null, these all values are null, right? Why are they null? Because we need to create predicted routes. We need to say that, okay, if the user is not there, we will just show the loading state. So all of those things we'll be doing using two methods. One will be using the use effect in our app.js, and I will also create protected routes. That is that we will not want the user to go to the profile page if they are not authenticated. So there are two solutions to this problem. One is to already fetch that, so in a use effect, and the other is to also make sure that the user doesn't even enter this profile page without authenticating. So we will take care of this issue by doing the two things. So now in the last class, we talked about how when I refresh, my entire user state goes away, and obviously our website is going to break when the user state is no longer in the Redux. So what we need to do is, the simple solution to this problem is that whenever our entire, we could either have a use effect in our profile page, or we could also have a use effect in our entire app so that our user state is there on every page. Why should we only call the user state only in our profile page? Because when we go to the start a podcast page or create an episode, we would still want the user to be authenticated, right? So there'll be two steps that we'll be doing. The first step is that we'll be creating a user effect which will allow us to fetch our user state again and save it in the Redux, right? The way we'll be doing this is using the on auth state changed method or hook from Firebase auth, right? And we'll also be a prevention step would be that we'll also be creating some private routes. So for that, we'll be creating a separate component, and we'll also be using a really cool package known as Firebase, or I think Firebase React hooks, right? So we'll be using that package as well. So stay tuned for that as well. But right now, let's just get started with the coding part of our very simple use effect. So if you guys know, what we'll be doing is we'll be adding a use effect over here, like I said. So let's just create a very simple use effect over here. And now what I will be doing is that I will be returning something over here. So let's just create a simple function, right? And honestly, let's just create an unsubscribe function that we'll call over here, right? That we'll return over here. So, okay, let me just say const auth unsubscribe, I guess, right? You can call it that. And unsubscribe, correct? And let's just create that function over here. And over here, let's just call that function, right? Or I can just say return auth unsubscribe, right? So now we know that our entire use effect will only run once, and the reason why we're doing this is when our app is mounted, this thing will be called, and then it will never be called again. If the entire thing comes again, all of those things is taken care of by a simple return statement, right? So the code part of this is actually very simple. So okay, so we have this. All right. So let me just entirely copy this, and I'll tell you what this entire thing is doing. Our use effect is not defined. We need to import that as well. And okay, so I will explain everything line by line. This is also a very standard thing that we are doing. So what we are doing is basically, firstly, we are calling this function on the, we are calling this very simple constant that we make. And all right, as whenever our thing is unmounted, right? Now this function is using this on auth state change hook from React, sorry, Firebase auth, right? And what it takes is an auth object like this and a user. So now this user is actually the current authenticated user. So whenever our auth state change works, it takes two parameters, the auth and the user. So now what we're saying is it will get the current authentication, whatever has happened, if the user is there, right? If the user is there, we're calling some other function, and that is basically to call our snapshot, and then we are unsubscribing it as well. Now, this is something that is not really necessary, but we do want to just call it once and not again and again for optimizing it, right? So consider this to be the same thing that we've done over here, just returning a simple function. That means it will just be called once. So when we return a function that calls the function, that means the function is done now. It will just be called once, right? We don't want it to call again and again. Now over here, what we're doing is we have this on snapshot function, which will trigger basically whenever something changes in our entire document. And what we'll be doing is we'll be getting this entire doc from our DB, right? And the users collection, and we'll get the user.uid doc. So what this is doing is basically getting the doc uh, of the user.uid, right? If we find that doc, if that user doc dot exists, so this is the way to actually find that doc. If that doc exists, then what we're doing is we're getting the user data from user doc dot data. Now this dot data function returns all of the data as an object, which will be stored inside our user data. And yeah, that is about it. Yeah, so and that is about it. So now if we go to our React application, and okay, so dispatch and set user are not defined, obviously. So I will have to call my set user from my user slice.actions, right? And our dispatch will be const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and that's about it, right? So once we do that, I will call my use dispatch from React Redux as well, and that's about it. So now what is going to happen is, even if we go to our profile, you do see Avi versus 2 there. Now if I refresh, it gives me an error because I need to have the loading state there. We'll just do that in a second. But regardless of that fact, let's say if I go to my sign up again, right? And now if I go to my profile, it'll always be there. If I refresh over here and then go over here, it is always there, right? So regardless of the fact that I do need to have my loading state, that is completely fine. But yeah, so that's about it, right? So, okay. Now the reason why I need to have my loading state is obviously because this will take some time. Whereas inside my profile page, what is happening is it is directly getting this user state. So maybe I can have an if user over here. So either I can just do this simply over here. I can say if user is there, uh, return, let's say over here, let me just make a simple loading right now. And let me say loading dot dot dot. So this way is what will happen now is, let's say even if I go over here and if I refresh compatible errors, so I feel we will have to fix that using the thing that we are doing over there. Uh, this might take some time. Maybe if I refresh again, then it's going to definitely give me an error. That is strange. All right. So we will have to tackle it using the thing that I said we'll be doing, right? So we will be tackling it using protected or private routes, making sure that our user is authenticated, and only then we'll be showing that state, right? Because over here we do see the user state, right? If I refresh over here and then go back over here, um, hmm. So right, as you guys can see, it is glitching a little bit. So we will have to fix it when we totally make sure that our routes are private. And yeah, so let's do that in the next class. So first things first, what we'll be doing is we'll be making a private routes component, and we'll be changing the way our React router DOM looks right now, and or our entire router system is working. We'll be changing the way that looks, and we'll be using something that we call Firebase, React Firebase hooks, right? So React Firebase hooks, and there's this very cool hook inside of this which allows us to get the user and the loading state. So when we have that, that is when our life will become much more simpler, and we'll be able to handle that easily. So if I go to the documentation, if you scroll down over here, all you need to do is just call this, and this is giving you the user state and the loading state. So now what we can do is when we use this, I can just have if loading of that over there, because it will take some time to even get that state, the fact that the user is already authenticated. So we can easily do that using this. So yeah, this is just a cool, easy way out of this problem. In this session, we'll be simply making our routes protected and or private. And the way we'll do that is by firstly using something that we could know as React Firebase hooks. So first things first, I do need to install this. How do I do that? It's very simple. So I just need to say npm install React Firebase hooks. Now these hooks are the hooks that enable us to they just make our lives easy, and I'll tell you by doing very simple things, as they will allow us to get our auth state much more simply, right? And they will allow us to make our protected routes or routes. So firstly, what I would like to do is inside our common components, we're going to initialize a very simple file called private routes, right? And private routes.js, and inside that obviously we'll have something as we call as private routes. Now firstly, what you need to understand is if you go to the documentation of React router DOM, right, you guys can actually make your you can have route inside of another route, right? And if I show you that simply, let me just show you the code for that, because that will make your lives much simpler. So if we go to our app.js, what you'll see over here is this is the kind of structure that I have made. So inside our routes, which is our browser router, right? Sorry, this is a browser router. Inside that we have a routes, and now inside routes we have route, right? Now what you can also do is you can have another route which has routes inside of it. And what we are doing is we are basically wrapping all of our routes inside this particular route element, because there's a rule that you cannot have anything else other than just a simple route element inside this route. But what this element will do is just wrap all of your routes around this. And what exactly are we doing over here is, this is the private routes component that we'll be making. Over here, I have simply gotten my use auth state from the React Firebase hooks /auth, right? And I'm passing my auth object from my Firebase. And now over here, we are getting three states. So we're getting the user, we're getting the loading state, and we're getting the error. So we are basically getting the three states over here, and I'm saying that if loading is there, just return this loading simple component. We can turn that into a proper loader, right? Else if the user is not there or there is some error, take the user back to the sign up page. Now the sign up page is the page which is public, right? Or else take the user to this outlet. So now what this outlet does is that it basically means whatever is the route, we'll go to that route. And that is the most simplest way of explaining this. If you don't understand this, this is also something which is a very standard practice to make your private routes, right? There are 2-3 other ways of doing that as well. This is the easiest one and the most efficient one as well. So all right, first things first, let's get this entire private router code that we have. And in this code, like I said, we have the const user loading and error. So this will get us the loading state, the user state, and the error state. So if we have the error or the user, we're navigating the user to the back to the sign up page, which is the public route, and then otherwise you're showing them whatever the page was, right? So now what I need to do is I just need to go to my app.js, and inside my routes over here, right, I need to have a route which will basically have this inside of it, correct? And over here now I will say element, and what the element is basically my private routes element. So I just need to call it like this. Obviously I need to call it as an element, and this is all that I need to do to make my all of the routes which are inside this will become private now, and this is my public route. So even if I go, and that's all that I need to do. Okay, can't resolve Firebase. Let me go over here and see what we have. I think I'll have to put 2, and that's about it, right? So now even if I go to my profile page and even if I refresh, do you see how I see the loading state? And okay, over here we see this. So to fix that, we'll obviously have to put that if else condition, right? Okay, let's see. So if no user, we are just returning null, right? And over here, this use effect is not important. We just need to do this, and that should fix our errors, right? So okay, if no user, return this, else we are obviously returning this. So we don't need an else. I think this should be good to go. And now if we do this, if I refresh, hopefully this works, and yes, it does, right? So till our user is not there, we are seeing our loading state, and then we are seeing this. So what exactly is happening every time I'm loading is the fact that we are fetching this particular state, right? And another thing is that if I am not authenticated, so how do we do that? Let's just quickly do that by building a very simple logout button. So let me create a simple button over here, right? And from my components only, obviously. And the text for that will be simply logout, right? And on the click of that, let's just call the handle logout button, or handle logout, right? Now if you want to handle logout, that is also very simple. Just say const handle logout, right? And I also need to show you guys how I'm basically doing all of these things. So you guys might be wondering, where am I creating the code from? So all of these are from the Firebase auth documentation only, and I can just say log out a user, and that will give me the exact code that I need to log out a particular user, right? So we just go over here, and we exactly did this to create our account, right? We did using async await, that is different. But now all I need to do is, if I want to log out, just call this sign out auth function, and that's about it, right? So okay, that's basically it. Let's just quickly do this, right? I go over here, I do this, and this auth is coming from our Firebase. Obviously this sign out is coming from the Firebase auth. It is a hook that is there. So once our log out is successful, I'll just say toast dot success, right? And let me just show a success message that user logged out. And now if the user has successfully logged out, I need to navigate that user to the home page as well. So I'll just say navigate, or even, okay, let's log out, and when I refresh, it will automatically take me there. So one thing that is definitely there is that we should take the user there, right? But for right now, just to show you guys that our code, the private routes code that we made is working, we'll just do that. So on the click of this, toast is not defined. I did import toast from React Toastify. Alright, so now we have this logout button. Now if I click this logout button, it automatically took us out. right? I don't think so I did that navigate as well. It just did. Because as to why is that happening, because all of our routes are inside this entire thing, and this will just constantly trigger and just constantly see if if the user is changing or not. And that's basically about it. So we don't even need to mention or make the user go back to the sign up page. It just did. Now if I go to my profile page, I'm clicking on it and it just won't let me. Why? Because the user isn't authenticated, right? So let's say we authenticate the user. I go over here, I log in again. The moment I log in, it takes me to the profile. Now if I keep refreshing, I'll be over here, right? That is completely fine. When I log out, it takes me back to the sign up page, and that is how simple it is. Right now I can keep on trying, it will never take me there, right? So that is all. Now you've successfully make your routes also protected, and whatever routes we'll be making will be inside this entire route object that we have. And this way what is going to happen is that our entire app is going to be protected, and we will make sure that every user who is coming to our website is authenticated, right? And yeah, that's about it. So we have successfully even done that. And again, this might seem complicated, but it is not. It is all very very logical, right? Your private routes is just a simple routes element that you have, and this is wrapping your other routes, right? If the particular user is not found, it will navigate to this place, and we're saying replace, it will just replace everything in the URL, right? When I talk about what this outlet is, obviously what better way to then not refer to the documentation. Just go over here and you will see what this outlet does, right? So an outlet should be used in the parent route elements to render their child route elements. So that is what it does. So like I said, it just renders whatever is inside that, and in our case whatever will be inside that depends on the path that we are at. So over here slash profile. In the next class we can directly get started by the podcast page and the create a podcast page. So actually let's start with first creating a podcast, and then in the next class we will make sure that we get that podcast, obviously. So in the next thing we'll make sure that we get that, fetch those podcasts in our podcast page. Then on the click of that podcast, we'll be taking them to the podcast details page, where we'll create the create episode page, and we'll be creating an episode, uploading everything. So right, let's meet in the next class, where we'll be just simply creating our own our first podcast. So again, just a simple form, and on the click of the button we'll be creating a new document in a new collection called the podcast collection, and we'll be saving everything, and we will also be uploading some images. So one banner image and one file image, right? Sorry, one display image. So two images we'll be uploading. So stay tuned for that. We'll be using the Firebase storage functionality or service in the next class. So if we have a look at what we need to do now, is that we need to now finally get started with our create a podcast page. So ideally this platform is for podcasts, right? So we will be having a podcast details page where we'll be showing a particular podcast. We'll have a podcast page where we'll be showing all of our podcasts. But before we actually show all of our podcasts, what we do need is a create a podcast page, something like this, where we can just simply create a podcast, right? And this page is very simple. This is similar to our sign up page. It will just have a simple form with title, description, and two sets of images. Now to input these two images, what we'll have is we'll have a simple file picker. And yeah, so on we'll set that file, and then we'll be uploading it using the Firebase storage service. But I think that's something that we might do in the next class. In today's class, let's just quickly make all of our components again, and yes, get started. Right, so let's go to our VS Code and let's actually create one more route. So we'll go to our app.js, and over here, if you guys remember, this is the private routes that we had. So now over here, what I want to do is I want to create a podcast. Right, let's say this is our URL to create a podcast. And on the when a user goes to this URL, what we want to do is we want to create a new page over here and call it create my bad create a podcast.js, right? So this will be our create a podcast page, and perfect. So I might just say page over here. We will be importing our header over here, so import header from our components, and that's about it. So then we're just going to copy this, and in the element part of it, just have this. So now if we go to our header, and inside our header we have a start a podcast. So instead of start, we'll say create, because now our page is called create, and that should be good to go. So let me actually start my terminal as well. Let me say npm start, and as soon as I do that, we can go to our create a podcast page, and then we'll get started. Right. So, okay. Now, since this is a private route, the best part about this is that if we directly want to go there, we will not be able to. So, I'll just show you what I mean. Right. And the reason why we want a user to be authenticated is because we should know that who created a podcast, right? So that we can even show them in the profile. And it's generally a good thing to know who created a podcast. Like if you post something on Instagram, you know that somebody, posted on Instagram, right? So if I go to start a podcast, it shouldn't really take me there. And for some reason, it did. Hmm. So am I already authenticated? Okay, I am already authenticated. That is why it took me there. So if I log out, so now I'm not no longer authenticated, right? And if I go over here, it won't let me. So this is what I was talking about private routes. So the fact that if I'm authenticated, only then can I go to the starter podcast page, is something that is very important to us, right? Anyways, so now we are over here. I will just copy the code that we had in our sign up page, if you guys remember. So in our sign up page, we have an input wrapper, right? And like I told you guys, this wrapper is actually very important. So we'll be using this input wrapper again in our this page. And now I can just directly have my sign up form, right? So again, I can just have a simple heading like this, which says create or start a podcast or create a podcast, whatever you guys want to say, right? And then we can just simply have our sign up form like we have it over here, right? So if you want to create a different component for that, feel free to do that, right? But yeah, we can actually create a new component for that, and let's actually do that. So over here, let me just say start a podcast, right? And I'll just have a simple form called start or podcast form or create podcast form, right? Create podcast form.js. So then RFCE, and this is our create podcast form. So now I can just copy this and go to our create a podcast page, and over here we can just simply have a simple component like this, as simple as that. Import it, and we should be good to go now. Yes, we are good to go. This is our heading, and this will be our form, right? So like I said, first things first, exactly like our sign up component, we will need a lot of states. So let's actually get most of the things from here only, right? So let's say we'll just get these 4 5 states, so that it's easy for us, and we'll also import these toasts and everything, right? So start a podcast, create a podcast over here. We'll have all of our states. I will import my state from React. Use state. I'll import use navigate. That is something we need. I'll also need use dispatch, because we will also be creating our podcast dispatch, right? And our podcast license, everything that is also left. Anyways, so we do need our loader. We don't need a confirm password. We don't need a set password. What we do need is the name of the podcast. So I think that's called the title. So we'll say set title over here. So this will be the first state that we have. Apart from the title, we have a description. So I'll have set, or I can just say desk and set desk over here. So this will be my description. Now what we need is we need the banner image and we need the display image. So I'll say display image, set display image. So the display image is the smaller image that we have, and then we have the banner image. Right, banner image is the longer banner image that you guys traditionally will have. So banner image over here, right? And that's about it. The file type can be, we can keep this as a file, but right now let's keep it as null. We'll deal with this logic when we start with our the custom input that we make for our files, right? So this is good to go now, and the only thing that is left is that inside of this we just need to call our custom input, right? So our custom input is something like this. So you just need to call this, right, like so, and that's about it. So if you go over here, get rid of this, and inside this we just have various inputs, right? So now the first input will be your title and your set title, right? So I'll just copy this over here, paste this like so, call it title. Type will be text, requires true. Then similarly over here we'll have the description and the set description. Similarly, I'll just have this, my bad, right? And over here I'll just say description. And if you want, you can put a maximum, but right now that's not needed. You can convert this type from text to yeah, you guys can do all of those things, not important. And if I go to my Google Chrome, this is how it looks. We will need a custom button as well, and let's just have that button, and then we'll talk about the custom input or file input that we'll be needing. So again, over here I'll just have this create a podcast form. Over here we have a simple since we already have a loading state, which is important, we already have this. And instead of handle sign up, I'll say handle submit, right? And we'll make a simple function over here called const handle submit, and this will basically run when we click on handle submit, right? So I can just say toast, and this way I'll also import my toast. I'll say dot success, and I'll just say handling form, right? So the moment we do this, if I go over here, button is not defined, I will have to import my button from common button, and that's it. If I click on this, we see handling form, perfect. Instead of sign up, this button should say create or create podcast, right? And good to go. Perfect. So this is how our create a podcast looks. Now what we need to do is we need to create a custom file input. And the reason as to why that is important is because if let's say I create, let's say I do this only. Let's say I do this, and instead of this state, I say, I think it was called display image and set display image. So let's just copy these two things again. And now what I'll do is over here, I'll just say this, and I'll call this display image. And you'll say, okay, make the input type a file, right? Let's just do that. If I do that, this is what we see. Now, this is a cool UI, but a lot of you guys don't really know how do we make a custom file input, and that is fair enough, right? So, because this button is something that you guys cannot now edit, right? And this will work perfectly fine, don't get me wrong, but this does not really look the best, especially when you want to customize your UI a little. So, what I'll be doing is I'll be showing you guys how to make a custom file input button, and to do that, it's actually very, very simple. All you need to do is we'll go to our common components itself. We'll over here inside this input file only say file input.js, right? And when I say file input.js, I can just say RFC over here, and this will be my custom file input. Now, this is also still just a single input element, right? And the type will be file, correct? Now, what you need is accept firstly, and the reason for that is because you guys can accept, images, you guys can accept audio, so you need to specify what file do you need to only accept, and then there will be an on change function, right? So we'll also have to write the logic for that on change. And something that you need to realize is what you'll have to do is that you'll have to have this input. You'll have to give this an ID. Let's say the ID is also something that you can pass, because you need to have different separate IDs. So let's say even the ID I pass from here, right? So when you have accept, when you have ID, now what you need to do is you need to say style, and you need to not show this input, right? And the reason for that is because this is what causes that gray button that you see, right? Instead of that, what we'll be doing is we'll be creating a label, right? And inside the label, I'll have an HTML for attribute, and this for will be this ID, right? And the best part is if I say click me on this, it will open my file. That is the best part. So now I'll actually show you guys how easy it was to create a custom input. And if we go to our create a podcast form over here, instead of this, I hope you guys understood. If you want to continue with this, you guys can, but just go with this, and trust me, it will make your lives much, much more simpler, because now to customize the file input, it is very easy, right? So the moment I do this, I'll say accept. What is an accept? So right now I'll just say, I guess, image slash star, and that will mean I can accept all images, right? The ID would be, let's say, banner dash image dash input, right? And giving a custom ID is important, trust me, I know. And that's about it. So I think the moment we do this, if I go to my Google Chrome, you see this click me. If I click on this click me, my file pop-up opens. And that's the best part, right? So basically, the reason why it triggers is because of this HTML for. And now you can just style this input that you have. You can give it a class name. And I guess the class name that we have given to our inputs is custom input, right? So if you want to do that, you can give it this class name, right? And it will behave exactly the way your normal input does. And yeah, that's about it. So now over here, you can just say import banner image, right? And yeah, that's about it, right? And you can even change the text to say loading and all of those things, because those things are also important. right? And yeah, you can change the text when, let's say, the thing has been selected. So now all you need to do is, we'll also pass a set state over here, because obviously, or we can pass an on change. Both the things are in your control. If you want to pass a set state, you can do that, or you can just simply call an on change function. I think if you call an on change function, that is also completely fine, and that will give you access of the entire file, right, in the main page. So okay, that also seems to be good, and that's about it. So yeah, and maybe something that you guys can actually do is, uh, what we will do is, on handle or file handle, let's say, uh, file handle function is the function that we want to call. Over here, what I'll do is, I'll still write this on change function, and the reason for that is because we just directly want to send the file, right? So this is my event, and I'll just show you what is the event that you see. e.target.files, actually. I'll just show you this, right? So the best part is that something that I wanted to show you guys was, we can create a state as well, and I can call it file selected. So this will be the state which will tell me if the file has been selected or not. So set file selected, right? And over here, this will be a very simple use state, and which can also be just a simple true or false, right? So by default, it's false. And what we're doing is, okay, so what we'll be doing is, let's say the file has been selected. So I'll just say e.target.files, and I'll just select the, or I'll just say true. Sorry, my bad. So the moment this is true, now what I can do is, over here, I can go and say file selected, and I can write if the file has been selected. So if the file has been selected, just say file selected. I can even get the name of that file if you guys want. How? From this e.target.file 0, and I can actually get the name. So if you want to show, you can even show the file and show that this file, this was the file that was selected. So you guys can even do that by having an image tag, and inside that image tag, inside the src, just have that entire file, right? So all of those things are possible right now. This is just a simple implementation. If we go over here, if I click on import banner image, right, if I do this, let's say I get this image, right, it shows me file selected. That means the file has been selected now, right? And the best part is, if I go to my console and if I show you guys, this is the file list that we have, and the zeroth object is actually this file, right? Name is this, and image is this, and I can actually get the data as well. I'm pretty sure I can get the data from one of the prototypes. I think the blob prototype will allow me to get the data, and I can get all of those things, right? And yeah, and that's about it. Correct. So maybe we can even show this name, and I can say this image was selected or something like that. I can get that name, and I can save that name inside the file selected state. So I can basically say e.target.files 0 dot name, and then I can say file selected. I can just say the file, and then I can just name that file which was selected, right? I can say something like this: file selected was selected, right? This will be an empty string now, and that's about it. So yeah, and import, instead of banner image, I can just say import image, or even this text is something that I can pass and say, import banner image. And the best part is that you guys can add icons or whatever you guys want to add, animations which are separate for the file type, file input or anything. And yeah, the entire point was to show you guys how you can just get rid of that ugly button that is there, because there's no way to style it, and just add your own icons, add your own file picker and whatnot, right? So now what we'll be doing is this file handle function. In this file, what we'll be doing is, we'll be sending this file's zero file, right? And yeah, so this way we can actually just set our entire file. So if I import image now, and if I click on this, it'll show me that the file that was selected, file handle function, is not a function, obviously, because we haven't passed it, but the file news.jpg was selected, right? As simple as that. If you guys want, you guys can, again, like I said, if you guys want, you guys can actually show that image as well. And I think that is also something that we can do, right? But yeah, for now, all you need to do is just copy this, go back to our create a podcast form, and over here we need to have that file handle function, right? And just say banner image file handle, right? So I can just say banner, this was the banner image, right? Yeah, banner image file handle function, right? Or I can just say banner image file handle over here. Over here, I'll make this function again, and I can have the same thing for my display image, right? And I can just say display image, over here also I need to say display image. So like I said, you guys can also pass in the text that you want to. So I think that is also something that you guys should do. And before we do that, let me just handle these two things by simply saying const display image handle, right? And over here, what you'll be getting is a file, right? You guys get the exact same file. So now I can just for now say set banner image or set display image. So my set display image will be this file, correct? The file that we have in our function over here, and similarly I can have a same function for my banner image handle, right? The reason why we have separate functions is because I want to give you guys that choice of handling different files differently. So this is why I just send a separate function, uh, right? Similarly, you guys can also send in the title of that image or text of that input, and the text will be simply banner image upload. So over here it'll be display image upload, and that's about it. So if I go over here, and you can add that text attribute or text you know text prop, and over here instead of import image, you guys can just have that, right? So perfect. Now this is how your banner image upload and display image upload looks like. If you guys want to change the text, feel free to do that. How do you do that? By having this label and giving it an extra class called label input, right? And this class you guys can simply edit in the same styles.css, right? uh, and what you'll do is you'll also import the styles.css over here, even though it was working without it. But anyways, I go over here, I have this label input, and I will say that the color of this is this, right? And now what you guys can do is when the file has been selected, uh, right, you can just get rid of this input. So even this input can be basically uh, customized like this, right? And what you can do is just have a simple condition over here, which is something like, that file selected. So if file has been selected, right? So if no file selected, you would want to show that class name, and that's about it. So again, conditional rendering, right, of the classes, and that's about it. So if you go over here now, this is how the thing looks. And if I click on this, select a particular file, it will say the file this was selected. I can even change the class, and I can add the focus class, and yeah, so even that is possible. So again, you can write the same logic for it. If the file has been selected, then what you will do is that you will add, let's say, an active class, right? And in that active class, what you'll do is you'll just say border is white. That's about it, right? Just say border color is VR white, right? So it's that simple, and yeah, correct. So it's basically that simple, and now this entire thing is highlighted, which shows that okay, the file was selected, and perfect. So now similarly, my banner image upload will also work. Let's say this is my banner, so this is also working. Selected, and now I can successfully create my podcast. So now what you guys need to realize is what is the next step. So the next step is, firstly we'll be doing the validations that we want to. I want to definitely make sure that if all of these things are there, so if my title, description, banner image, display image, if all of these things are there, right, only then will I move forward with my task, right? So if I think I need to add my bad. Right, so if these things are there, only then do I need to continue, else I can just throw a toast dot error saying that hey, something is missing, or please enter all values, right? So that is the first step. So you can do the validation like you want to. Like I said, not an issue. Now what you need to do is, based on the information that you have, we have three things to do. So the first thing is to create the document. First we need to upload. Okay, so you need to realize that we need to upload the files, get downloadable link. Right, why do we need downloadable links? Is because we need to put the image src, and for both of these things, right? If you want to show an image, what you need is the image src. So this is where we'll be using our Firebase storage service, And in this, what we'll be doing is we'll be uploading our files, getting the downloadable links, and then we will be creating a doc. So create a new doc in a new collection called podcasts, right? And we'll be saving that doc there. And then the third thing that we need to do, is basically set up or save that state, save this new podcast episodes states in our podcasts. So now this is something that we can actually do in the podcast details or the podcasts page where we'll be showing all the podcasts. But if I were you, we can definitely get started with it after this class only. So okay, so these are the three things. And in the next class, firstly, what we'll be doing is we'll be figuring out how do we need to handle these files and how do we need to upload them to our Firebase storage service, right? Then what we need to do is we need to create a new doc in a new collection called podcasts. That is something that we've already done when we are signing up. So we'll be doing something very similar to this. In fact, we can exactly do the same thing also. The only thing is we need this object, and this object would contain our title, description, and the two URLs. Those are the very important parts, right? So now the first task, like I said, was to upload the files and get the downloadable links. So to do this, what we'll be using is the Firebase storage service. And if I just Google how to upload files using, Firebase storage, this is the link that opens up. I just simply Googled upload a file in storage in Firebase, and this is the link that opens up. Now, when this link opens up, you need to realize that there are a few things that you need to understand. So the first thing is you need to get your storage instance. Now that is something that we have already initialized inside our firebase.js file. Then we need to make a reference to our image. Now the reason why we need to make this reference is because this is where our file will be saved or stored, right? Once that reference is done, what we need to do is we need to then simply just upload it. So now how do we do that? We call this function called upload bytes, and then we pass in the storage reference and we pass in the file. And then our entire whenever this is an async function, so it takes its time and then it's going to be done, and then our file will be officially uploaded. So let's just do this part first and let's see what happens. Now if you want to do this part, like I said, it's very simple. There are standard steps that you need to follow. And okay, so have a look at what I am writing on my screen right now. So firstly, we need to make our function async because what we'll be doing requires async, right? And this is what I get. So now what I'm doing is I am saying const in banner image ref. So this is the reference to my banner image where it will be stored. I need to import my ref from Firebase storage. I need to import my storage from Firebase. Now this is the folder, or this is the location where my image will be saved, right? So I just have podcasts slash auth.currentuser.uid. So this is the exact file, and then slash date now. So let's say we are feeling something different right now. Let me just say podcast banner image. Let's say I do this, right? And yeah, that's it. And then we upload. And what we're uploading is we're uploading in this storage reference, this banner image. Where is this banner image coming from? From the usage that we saved, right? So let's actually do that and see what we get, right? I can also save this in a variable and say uploaded, right? And once uploaded is there, let me just say toast.success, and let's see what do we get when we do upload it, right? It'll probably be an object. So let me also console.log this, and let's see the uploaded object that we get, because this must return something. So let's go to our Google Chrome, and upload bytes is not defined. So upload bytes is this function that is from Firebase again, Firebase storage, and that's about it. So now let's say I create this podcast. I say hi, hello, and this is the banner image if you guys remember. If I create a podcast, handling form, okay, so our form has started to get handled, and after this is done, we should see a toast.success about something that our image was uploaded or something. And we do see this object over here. We do see this, and okay, so our image has been uploaded. Now the thing is, why do we not see a toast.success? Let's say file uploaded, and let's actually try to do that again. I just wanted to show you guys this toast so that you guys get an idea that it does take some time. So handling form, file uploaded. Okay, that's how fast it happened. So our file was uploaded. Let's go to our Firebase console and let's actually see where was this file uploaded. So the file was uploaded. This is my Firebase application that we have. Let's go to a storage. And what do I see? I see that the file was uploaded somewhere in this. It's loading right now. Let it load. And okay, so the file was uploaded over here. And this is how that file looks. And this is the pollution.jpeg that we had. Right? Amazing. So if you go over here, this is the public link of this image. And what I can do is I can just take this and save it in my database. Right? So you need to understand that the storage is different. This is like I told you guys, this is the bucket where we will be storing, and we need to store that data in the database. We need to store this image URL, right? So now the best part about this is that, let's say I change the image, right? Let's say instead of this pollution image, we select some other image, which is this trending.png. I create a podcast. This happens, right? My image should get uploaded again. File was uploaded. Took a little more time this time, and now let me refresh. If I refresh, it'll take its time again. Let's see what we get. And a little load. My internet is a little slow. If I go over here now, the image is uploaded, but like I said, the image changed. So if we keep on uploading the same image in the same with the same file name, it will constantly keep on getting updated again and again. So that is why what we did was, instead of this, we created a folder by saying slash, and then I also did user.uid and all of those things, right? Or I did auth.user.uid, whatever. But the main point of teaching you guys this was to show you guys that we need to create a different folder every time we upload, right? So now have a look at what happens when I have this particular thing. I need to also get my auth from my Firebase, but okay, when I do this, right? So now let me upload something. I can actually delete this file as well if I want to. Um, let's see, where can I delete from here? So I can just delete it. It should get deleted, and now there's nothing in my storage. And again, upload bytes is not there. I need to insert this. Great. So now let's say I change this. We make it back to, let's say, apple.png, and I create a podcast. Handling form. In a while, our file should be handled as well. Let's see. Okay, the toast is not going to come because we changed that code, but let's refresh. And over here, if I refresh, what do we see? We see that our podcasts folder has been created. In that folder, we have another folder. This is the UID that I have. And inside that, I have, this is the datetime object. And this object contains this. So what is going to happen is, every time if I upload, it is going to get into this podcast slash this particular user's images, and date now will obviously keep on changing every second. Even if I refresh quickly and do it, the time would have changed. So this is how you would want to store your data, or you would want to store it based on the file name, but the file names can be same again. So date now is the most safest way to do it, and that's about it. So once you're done uploading, you need to get the downloadable URL. So you need to say something like const banner image URL, and you need to say get downloadable image URL. So get download URL, and this is something that you call from Firebase again, Firebase storage precisely, right? And what you need to pass is this banner image ref, I believe, and that will get you that thing. So let's just see if this is all that you needed to do, and yeah, just get this, and that's about it. So now what will happen is, if I console.log this particular thing, banner image, right? And over here, if we go and paste this banner image URL, now this is the most interesting part. So if I go back to my code and let's say I upload something again, let's say I upload this same image again, right? The moment I do this, it gets uploaded, and I see this in my console, banner image. If I click on this image, I get my image, and this is your image SRC that you want to save in your database. Right. So I hope I was able to make you guys understand this. So you need to do this 2 times. This was for the banner image. I need to do this 2 times. So again, you can also put this inside a try and catch, honestly speaking, to make sure that nothing really goes wrong. Right. So we can have a try, and after the try, we can have a simple catch to catch all of our errors. And whatever error we are having, I'll say toast.error, and then e.message. Right. And I can also console log my error messages. Anyways, so now what I need to do is, I need to copy cut this and paste it over here. So we are having our banner image ref. Now I need to do the same thing for our display image ref, right? So just do the same thing for your display image. So this will work for both the cases, right? And once you're done with this, Now all you need to do is you need to create a new document in Firebase, and you need to save it inside the podcasts, podcasts, what do you say, collection. So how do we do that? We'll go back to our sign up page code over here. We'll go back to our sign up form, and this is what we need to do. Right. So like over here, I was saying await set doc db. Then this is the collection and this is the ID. So I will be doing something very very similar to this, right? And let me actually show you guys what exactly we'll be doing. So if we go over here now, all I need to do is just say await set doc. We'll be setting a Firebase doc. We need to get the doc. We need to get the DB because we'll be saving it in the DB. I'll be creating a new collection called podcasts, and I would like to give it a random UID. I don't want to specify a particular UID. Then I'll say title. What's the title? It's equal to title. We'll have a description. What's the description? Equal to DESC, right? We'll have a created by. So now this is the interesting part. So I do want to save who created that particular thing. So I will be doing this. I can get my user from my state, or I can do this. Both will work. So let's just do this right now, right? So I can have my created by. And now here comes the interesting part. I'll have a banner image. And what will be my banner image? It will be the URL, not the file, right? And I will have my display image. So again, display image URL, right? So I'll have my display image URL like this. No URL over here, right? So now when we do this, we should be able to successfully create our doc. And yeah, so now I can just give a toast finally and call that toast dot success that the doc was created if everything happened successfully, right? So I can just say toast dot success podcast created. And I hope so this works. Let's see if it doesn't. We'll see what happens. So hi, hello, let's just finally create this. So we see everything is happening, taking its time, and then we should see a simple toast. We do. In my document references must have an even number of segments. Podcasts has one. So there's something wrong with our uh, doc reference. Let's have a look at what do we have over here. How are we creating it? Uh, okay, so we are creating a doc like this. Got it. So apparently, when you have to, my bad, everyone. So let me just copy this actually, and this is a cleaner way of doing it, I guess. But all right. So when we are apparently, if you want to set a doc, we'll set it with an ID. But over here, what I need to do is I need to say added a doc, right? And that's about it. So we'll have a title description like this, banner image, display image URL. The URL is small over here for that, and that's about it. This should be good. And this is description, DSCE. Um, and title is like this. I don't really need to specify this, but okay. So now what we're doing is we are adding a doc using this add doc, and then we get a doc reference, and that's about it. So I think this is all that we need to create a doc, and yeah, that is all that we need. The reason why we're saving it because we will be navigating the user to the next thing in the future, but we should also set everything back to null. So we will do that definitely, right? And just like this, our entire doc was created. So set description is not defined. I think it's set description like this, and collection is not defined. So I'll have to call my collection from my Firebase Firestore, and that's about it. So now if we create a podcast, let's see, we need to still add the loading state. Definitely that is something we'll do. And our podcast should get created now. Podcast created, perfect. So if I go to my Firestore database now, and if I basically go to this collection, I do see in our podcast, this is the ID and this is all of our data that is there. Title, description, display image, banner image, everything is working just fine. So you guys have now successfully created a podcast, and yeah, that's about it. So, like I said, something that we definitely need to fix is the loading state. So as soon as we try to do this, I will set the loading state. I just set loading is equal to true, right? And we need to set it as false the moment this is done. So I'll just say set loading is false over here, and I need to say set loading is false over here as well. If we catch some errors, we need to say it over here as well, false, right? And that should be good because we already have this loading logic. And now if I create another podcast, let's actually do that. So let's say my title is hello, hi, uh, what's up. What I do need to do is I also need to refresh these, we'll find a way to do that, right? We'll have to set these to none as well. But let's create a podcast and please enter all values. Hmm. So maybe let me select these again. What value have I not added? Let me refresh. Something was wrong, but okay, let's see. So let's set the title as title 1, right? Description as description 1, display image, upload is this, then over here it is this, create a podcast, loading state is there, podcast created successfully, hopefully. And yeah, podcast created successfully. Great. So everything is working just fine. We do need to reset these two inputs. So we will definitely find a way. Maybe what I can do is as soon as this is done, we create another state, and if it is successful or something, when we are nulling it, we need to null these values as well. And yeah, that is also something that we can do, not a issue. But right, so I hope you guys did understand what is happening over here and how we are successfully creating a simple podcast, right? To create a simple episode, we'll be doing the same thing as well, just the Firebase code is going to change a little. Anyways, so that is it for this lecture. Let's meet in the next lecture where we will now create our podcast page, because whatever podcast we have created, I want to show them in this particular page. So we'll be just simply fetching, and we will be updating our dispatch, and we need to get started with our podcast slides as well. So first thing is we'll be doing our podcast slides, then we'll be fetching all of our podcasts, saving it in our podcast slides, and yeah, and on the click of a specific podcast, then we need to take the person to the next podcast details page, where all we need to do is create an episode and show all the details, and then allow the user to create an episode. So we still have a long way to go, but this was a really good lecture because we finally learned how to do all the three things. We are now authenticating the user, successfully storing items in the database, and using the Firebase storage to host specific files, right? So without any further ado, let's meet in the next class where our major concern will be dealing with this podcast page, getting all of our podcasts, and setting up our podcast slice. So now that we have successfully created our podcast, what we need to do is we need to go to the podcast page, which looks something like this page. And what we need to do is we need to fetch all of our podcasts. And once we fetch all of the podcasts, we need to also save them in our Redux state so that they are there in the Redux state, so that the next time when we come to this page, we make sure that if the podcasts are there, we don't really fetch them and whatnot. Right. So to do that, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to create our podcast slice. So again, to do that, the code is very simple. We'll go to our VS Code, and once we are there, what we need to do is, just like we have a user slice, I'll create a new slice and call it the podcast slice. So I can name it podcast slice.js, right? And once we go there, we can actually just copy this entire code and paste it, because we need to create a podcast slice. Over here, we'll say podcasts, and this will be an empty array. Now, when we have this, I'll create this as well and call it podcast slice, right? Which will be a slice that we just created, and I'll call this podcasts. The initial state will be an empty array. The reducers that we'll have is we won't need a clear podcast, but we will definitely need this. So I'll just say set podcasts, right? And this will be the only action that we need. Right. So again, this is exactly how it will be. The only thing is state.podcast will be equal to action.payload, and that's about it. So just by doing this, you have successfully created a podcast slice which contains of your reducer and contains of your actions. What we'll do is we'll go to our store.js now, and since this is done, what we need to do is we also need to say podcasts over here and save that inside this. So I'll say podcast reducer. So podcasts reducer, and I think I did not really change that. So we have this and podcast slice, we have the reducers. This should work just fine. So I will have to import my podcast reducer from here, and I will just say import podcast reducer from slices.podcast slice, and I think this should be good to go, right? And that's about it. So we have successfully now created a store. We have a podcast reducer over here. If I go over here, this is what we see when we go to our podcast slice. This is my podcast reducer, and this is the reducer that we have. This is the state.podcasts. Podcast is the name, so a state is technically podcasts, and that's all that we need. Right, so I think so we are good to go for our slicing part. Now all we need to do is we need to create a new page called podcasts, right? This is the page where we'll basically be showing all of our podcasts. So just this is fine. Having a simple header will not hurt us. So let's just import our header, and over here let me just give a simple heading called h1, and let me just call it podcasts, right? Or discover podcasts. Okay, so this is what we have, and now what I'll do is I'll in fact call this the podcast page so that it's easier for us to manage. And okay, so go to our app.js, create a new route, and call that route as slash podcasts. And inside that route, we need to have this podcast page. So say podcasts with an S. Right. The moment we do that, if we go to our header, let's just quickly see if our header has a slash podcasts. It does, and we should be good to go now. So that means if I go to my Google Chrome, podcast page is not defined. Maybe I did not import it properly inside my app.js. Let me go over here, import it, and save this file. So podcast page from slash podcasts. This is what we see. We see discover podcasts. Great. So everything is working. So we do see this discover podcasting. And what I would like to do is actually okay, so you know how we have that div, so that input wrapper, let's just wrap everything inside that. So I think if you guys remember, we have been using this input wrapper div to create all of our components, and I feel since we already have a wrapper, let's just have everything inside of it. This way, at least our website has some uniformity, as you guys can tell, right? And for this particular page, what I would like to do is I would like to decrease the margin top a little bit. So let me say margin top is equal to 4m, right? And I think this will push it a little to the top, or maybe 3rem, 2rem. Let's see. So yeah, 2rem is good for this, right? So this looks clean, and now we have our search bar over here somewhere, and then we need to fetch all of our podcasts. Now, how do we fetch podcasts? So we have already done this actually before. So remember our app.js use effect that we did, and over here we talked about this on snapshot function that we have. So we technically need to do this thing only, and the only thing is this time we're not getting a specific doc, we're getting all the docs, right? So I will actually show you guys that. So how about we can also Google that and say get all docs from a collection in Firebase. So to do that also, it's very simple. Just go to the documentation and just click on the first Firebase thing that you see. And okay, get multiple documents. Let's see, get data. We have this. So over here, we are again setting the data. Getting a document. So this is getting a document. But what do we need to do? We need to get all documents, right? So getting multiple documents from a collection. So all we can do is just say we can make a query, and on the snapshot we can say get docs, and we can do this, right? So that is about it. But one more thing that we will be using over here again is this on snapshot function that we have. So what does this on snapshot in Firebase do, right? So it basically listens for the real-time updates, and the entire point of having the on snapshot is because I will tell you what exactly will be happening. So every time we create a new podcast, we want it to, whenever we go to this page, we also want it to fetch all of those things. So we can also get docs based on this particular thing, right? That on snapshot, we can just get all of those entire things, right? So basically, we can listen to this using the on snapshot method. So that is what we'll be using, and yeah, it will just real time update it, and everything will be smooth, right? So I do, if you want to use that method, you guys can just simply use this method. But I would say if you want a website which is much more efficient, I would say do this, right? So again, the goal for this is very simple. If we go to our podcast page, all you need is just the simple use effect with this these things. So we'll come to that as well. And okay, all I need to do is just go to my VS Code and have this in my use effect for my podcast page, right? So that every time this page loads, this is what we want to do. And again, like the same use effect that we'll have, we are basically returning this so that we unsubscribe it. We have a dispatch over here. And the reason for that is whenever the dispatch is called, this will also get triggered, right? That's about it. Correct. So whenever the dispatch changes or something happens to the dispatch, this is what will be done. And I can just say use dispatch over here from Redux, right? So this function will be called whenever we are doing this, we are returning it so that whenever it gets unmounted, everything is fine. So on snapshot, right? Call from Firebase Firestore. We are making a query, right? And we want to get the collection from the DB that we have, and the collection is called podcasts. And whatever data we'll be getting is inside this query snapshot. And then basically all I'm doing is I'm saying, my podcast data is basically whatever I had. So this will be an array, and then for each every doc I'll get, and then I need to push all of the data inside the this array that I have. This will be the array of podcasts that we have, and that's about it. And over here, one important thing that we're doing is we need to save the doc ID as well. Why do we need to do that? Because unlike our users Firestore that we had, so if I go over here and show you guys the users Firestore, so over here you're saving users UID as well. But unlike that, we're not really saving it over here. If you want to, you guys can definitely do that. But like I said, this is not really necessary. So the best thing that we can do is we can get the ID just like this. So we are adding the doc.id inside our podcast data that we have. Then again calling our dispatch for setting our podcasts and podcast data. Right, now all I need to do is just simply say const podcasts, or I can just have my use selector. So I can say const podcasts is equal to use selector. And what are we selecting is just simply we have our state, and from our state I want podcasts dot podcasts, state dot podcasts dot podcasts. Right, that is what we want. And I think my state was called podcasts. So let's just make that sure. So we have podcasts over here. Then inside podcasts, we will definitely have podcasts, right? If you guys remember. So inside this also we have podcasts. Then inside podcasts we have podcasts array, right? So state.podcasts.podcasts should get us our podcasts. And now I can just simply say podcasts dot length. If the length is greater than equal to 0, right? Uh, or greater than 0, sorry, we will just show them some data over here, and else I will just show them that no podcasts, no current podcasts, right? So let me just make a p tag over here and just say no current podcasts, otherwise podcasts found, right? Let's just do that for now, right? Then we'll map it also, all those things we need to do definitely, but that's it. So if I go to my Google, and if we have this podcast found, if I refresh, let's see what happens. Loading, no current podcasts were there, but then podcasts were found. So everything happens in real time, and that is the best part about this, right? So the podcasts have been found, correct? Let's actually see what are the podcasts that we have. So what I would like to do is just map this, correct? So let's just map this and say podcasts.map. I need to have this again, and I think I will have to have an empty tag over here just in case, and dot map, and we get a specific item. Then in that item, what I would want to do is I would want to just return let's just return a p tag right now, right? And in this p tag you can say item dot title, and this should give me the title of my podcasts, right? So let's see what this returns. If I go over here, hi and title one. So I do see all of my podcasts there. If you guys want to console this data, you guys can console this data as well. I can say console.log podcasts, and we can see what is the exact array of podcasts that we get over here. And if we go to the console, the array 2 contains the ID, banner image, everything we already have, right? Everything that we need. So we have successfully fetched all of our podcasts as well. And notice that we are fetching all of our podcasts right now. Right. So in the profile, we'll be doing something similar where we'll be just be fetching the podcasts that have been created by me. That is the reason why we have this created by attribute that is given over here. Right. So, right, that is also there. So, anyways, yeah, so now all we need to do is we just need to show it in the UI form that we want to, right? And the UI reference is this. So you guys can actually just copy the entire linear gradient thing that we have from this entire thing, and that should be good to go. So now what we want to do is we want to create a component, and that component will basically be uh, having our, let's see, so that component will be called the podcasts folder, and inside this we'll have a simple podcast card, right? So podcast card, and over here I can have an index.js, styles.css, and that's about it. So if I go over here, have RFCE and call it podcast card, right? We will be showing our card over here, correct? So this will be taking a few props. So the title will be there, The description will not be there, just the title and the display image, actually just two, right? Title and display image we'll be having, and I think that should be good. And we'll be importing our styles as well, so import dot slash styles.css, right? I'll name this card as my podcast dash card. And if we go to our styles over here, I'll have dot podcast dash card, and below this is the styling. So obviously we don't need the styling exactly. I'll be having 250 pixels as my width. I think we can do the same for the height, so something like 250 pixels as well. Right, left top we don't need. Background definitely we need. Border radius I would say 2 rem should be good, right? Again, give it a very simple padding, minimal padding of 0.5 rem, and yeah, that is it. Now inside this card, what we need is an image attribute, right? Inside the image attribute, the image src will basically be our display image. So finally we get to use a display image, and this is the display image URL, and below that we'll have the title, and apart from the title we'll also have a play button that we'll just import in a while. Right. So since both of these things, all of these things are mandatory, we don't have to really worry about if the display image is there or the title is there. But it will be really cool to if put a check that if they are there, only then render this. So definitely do that. And what we will also need is one ID, right? So our entire thing will be wrapped inside this link tag, correct? From the React router DOM, I'll say two, and this two will actually be our slash. We need to create this route right now, but this link is basically going to be slash podcast slash our ID. This is why we needed an ID for a dynamic routing, right? And that's about it. So this should now be good. We obviously need to make a flex. We'll just do that in a second. So this should be good. We'll come back over here if there's anything wrong over here. I think I should also give it a margin, uh, or we can give it a gap in our flex. Let's see. We'll figure that out in a while, right? If I go to my podcasts page over here, what you need to know is that this entire mapping will be a div, which will be a flex, right? So this is the div in which we'll have our podcast. So I'll just call this as my podcast flex, podcasts dash flex, and this is also a style name that I do plan on using a lot. So let me just have it in my index.css or in my app.css, wherever you want to, right? So podcast flex, this will be a simple display flex. Justify content will be space between, or let's have it as center. Align items will be center, right? Then the gap we can keep as 1 rem. uh, the gap is 1 rem, and what we can do is we can say flex wrap as wrap, and that will definitely make our entire project a little responsive as well, because flex wrap helps in that. And something that I realized we missed is the styling for this image and this p tag. So if you want, you can give this a custom class name as well and call it title dash podcast, and we can call it the display image of the podcast, display image podcast. Now, what is the styling that I'll be giving to my display image is something very, very clean and minimalistic. So I'll just say width is 100%, and the height will be just about 240, or yeah, let's do 240 pixels. So this will give me a square kind of a thing, and the border radius I'll keep it lesser than the border radius that we have for this. I think 2 rem might be a lot. We'll come back and change this. And this is the image, and then we have the title dash podcast, if I remember correctly. And for this I would like to oh, actually, so what we'll do is I'll just make the entire opacity of everything as 0.7, and on the hover of the podcast card I would want to make it uh, opacity is 1, and that will give a really cool glowing effect that you guys will see. And okay, and transition will be all 0.3 seconds. Let's do that. And I would also like to say cursor pointer, so that our cursor is pointer, right? So now I think we should be good to go. Over here all we need to do is we need to return our podcast card, right? So podcast card, it takes a few things. First it takes the ID. The ID is item.id, right? It takes the title, item.title, and it takes the display image, which is the title item.displayImage. And if we import this, we should now be good to go. And I will definitely have a key as well so that it doesn't give us any error that, hey, you cannot use this. If we go to our Google Chrome, let's have a look at what we have. So this is what we have currently. And okay, so not the best, right? But I hope you guys can see that the kind of effect that we wanted. Uh, the border radius of the image is something that we couldn't crack. So display image podcast. Let me see what went wrong in the styling for this. Oh, I just gave this. I need to give it a border radius firstly, and I think I can just play with this value as well, right? This is cool, and in fact 200 would be nice too, right? And like I said, this is a very big border radius. I think 1 rem should be clean. So 1 rem is definitely clean. And what you also want to do is, I actually don't want to give this border radius to everything. So border radius or border top left radius is 0.8 and border top right radius will be 0.8, right? And with that, this is how it should look. The image height I can increase a little, right? But I think I can over here call this as the min height as well. Yeah, and I definitely need to style the text part of it, like the title podcast. So I do need to say, uh, I'll give this a color of VR white, definitely, because we want that. And we definitely don't want a text decoration, so I'll say text decoration none. And I will have to say important. And to this also, I think I'll have to say important. So this is what we see. So this looks much more cleaner. And for some reason, text decoration none did not work. So I still see this text decoration. Hmm, that is strange. So I guess for that we have already done that. So what I would want to do is over here just say text decoration none over here, and that should be good, and the text decoration is gone. Cool. So this is the kind of a UI that we have, which is really clean, I would say. And yeah, so far so good. What I would want is, let's increase the size of the image a little bit so that we can push the text a little below. And right, this should be good, right? What we can also do is I can get rid of the margin of this text, uh, and that would make it look like this, obviously. And what I would want to do is give it a slight margin top and bottom of 0.5 rem, right? And we can get rid of the margin on the left side. Cool. So this looks a little better in my opinion, right? If I hover over it, this becomes completely white, and this looks very cool. Right, so great. And on the click of this, obviously, I will be taken to a podcast slash ID page, which will be our podcast details page. Right, we'll talk about that later. But we have successfully called all of our podcasts. Right, all we need is a simple input for our search bar, and that will help us. So, to accomplish that, that is also something which can be done easily. Right, and so for that, all you need to do is just create a new variable called filtered. Uh, you can just say filtered podcasts, right? And that filtered podcasts will be nothing but podcasts.filter, and that will be filtering on the basis of the item.name or item.title, right? So item.title dot to lowercase, and if this thing is included in our search dot to lowercase, this will work. And now you will be asking, what is a search? So search is the variable that we'll have inside our search bar. So for that, we'll create a simple use state search set search, right? And call that use state over here, which will be an empty string at first, right? We'll be importing this from React, and this is what we have. Cool. So now again, what we need to do is we need to get our custom input. So we'll just get it over here from here. Just any input component will do. So we'll get a custom input, and I'll have that input over here just below my Discover podcast thing. I need to import this, and this will be called search. This thing will be called set search. This thing will be called search by title. Type will be text, required will not be true, and yeah, this should be good as well. So the moment we search now, what will happen is our filtered podcast will get filtered because of this. Over here I'll say search dot to lowercase. You guys can even do dot trim, by the way. So I think dot trim will also help you guys, because dot trim will help us to get rid of the trailing zeros that we have, trailing spaces that we have, sorry. And yeah, that's about it. So now I can just say filtered podcasts, and what we can do is simply just over here, instead of saying podcast.length, I will just say filtered podcasts, and that should be good to go, right? And yeah, so if I go over here and search by title, let's say hi, we see hi instantly. If I refresh, I hope there is no errors. There are no errors. And if I say hi, I see hi. If I say title, I see title now. So the searching is happening. We definitely need to do one thing where give this a margin top. So let me give this a margin top of, let's say, 2 gram. I think that will be good, right? And this is how that looks. So a simple this Discover podcast is there, or I think 1 gram, 1.5 gram, or 1 gram will be good to go. And 1.5 m, let's see that 1.5 m looks the best. And search by title, we can just simply search, and whatever we are searching, that podcast will be shown over here, right? I do feel that we can increase the gap a little bit to make it look better. So instead of having a gap of 1 rem, I think we can have a gap of 1.5 rem, and that should look better. So there's a little bit more gap over here, and right. So I know this is not looking the best because we didn't really choose the right images for our podcasts, but yeah, this is definitely looking good. And on the click of this, we will be taken to the podcast slash this page, right? Do we need a loader? No, we don't, because we have that basic loader and we have the state. Now all we need to do is, let's say I'm searching for this. It says no current podcasts. So what you need to make sure is that over here in this p tag, right, either we need to see that are we searching for something, because if we are searching for something, right, if we are searching for something, that means no podcast found. And you guys can also make a button to get rid of the current search, and over here we'll say no podcasts, right? uh, yeah, podcast not found, right? So no podcasts on the platform. Again, the text is something that we can play around with, but right. So podcast not found, and otherwise this is the podcast. If I say hi, we'll say hi. The case doesn't matter because we said dot to lowercase, right? And that's about it. So our entire discover podcast page is also looking good now. Do need to add an icon over here? I'll do that later. And right. So now what we need to take care of is, let's say if I click on a podcast, we go to this page, and using the use effect and using this ID, I need to get all the details. Because if you think about it right now, I just have the title and the ID and this, right? So I need to get all the details, and I also need to find a way to create episodes and get those episodes. So that is something that we'll be covering in the next class, where I will just be simply creating a new user slice. Not a user slice, creating a new slice for our episodes. We'll be setting our episodes, getting our episodes. We need to create an episode page as well. So first we'll do that, or first we'll just show all the data and then do that. So now basically the task is that if I show you guys the Figma, I think that'll be a little better. So we supposedly click on this podcast, and this is where we the podcast takes us. So basically we have a simple podcast details page, and over here we need to fetch all of our podcast details, and we also need to fetch all of our episodes. Now to fetch our episodes, we will also have to create our episodes, but this page is just going to be a very simple page where we are just going to simply fetch our podcast details using the use effect, and then work on creating our create a podcast page where we'll be creating our podcast. Sorry, create an episode page where we'll be creating our episode. So without any further ado, let's just get started. So over here, the task is very simple. Like I said, this is our podcast details page. So firstly, we just need to create that. So all we need to do is over here, I'll call that page podcast details.js, and this will be our podcast details page. So I'll call this podcast details over here, and I will even send in my header. Right, so import my header, this is what we get. And now what I need to do is I need to add this page in our router as well, obviously. So I'll be adding this in our router. Let's say we copy this. Over here I have ID, and instead of this we call this, or yeah, I can even call this as the podcast ID, but okay. So this is what we have. So when we go to this page, we'll basically be going, when we have this particular ID, I'll have a slash over here as well. So I'll in fact say podcast slash this, right? So podcast slash ID, and this is where this page should take me. And now all I need to do is I need to call my ID from a parameter. So I don't know if you guys know, but you guys can get your ID by directly just saying const ID is equal to use params, right, from your React router top, and that's about it. And when you do that, when I say console log ID, I will actually get my ID from a parameter, and I'll tell you how that works. So let's just go to our podcast page. So let's say we go over here, we click on a specific podcast. When we do that, we do get our ID over here. And if I inspect my element, if I go to my console, what do I see? I see this particular ID. Now, using this ID, what can be done is we can go to our Firebase console and we can actually fetch all of our podcast details. So we just need to get a specific podcast document from our Firestore database, and I think that will be very easy to do, because if you think about it, we need to get it from this ID. So notice that this thing, what we're console logging is ZH3. So basically, this is the podcast that we clicked on, and we need to get all of these details, right? So again, to do this, it's very, very simple. We are already fetching our ID. So now I just need to fetch my details. So I can just Google get a doc from ID using Firebase, and you guys will see how simple it is. We can just have it in our simple, we can have it in our simple use effect. And okay, so when we want to get a specific document, all we can do is we can just create a doc ref like this, and this will be the ID, and just await the doc, and this is all that I need to do. So let's actually do that, right? Let me copy this code, and we'll go to our VS Code. I will have a use effect, right? And this use effect will be triggered when our ID is there. So firstly, I will have to say if my ID is there, only then do all of this. So I will have to convert my use effect into an async, or I can just make a simple function called get data, and I can say const get data is equal to this, which is a basic function, and in this function I'll do all of this stuff, right? And the best part is over here I can just call get data directly. So now when I call get data, it needs to be an async function. So I've made it into an async function, and this is it. Right, I'll get my doc reference from this, my DB from my Firebase. I need to get my podcasts, and the ID that I want to get is basically ID, right? And that should basically get me my podcast. I'll say get doc, and then if doc snap exists, we have this, and that's about it. So now ideally what can be done is I can create a simple use state of my podcast, set podcast, and have a use state over here, right? Which is nothing but it's an empty object as of right now. I'll be importing my use state from React, and okay. So now that we have our podcast, I just need to set it. So how will I set it? I will just set it exactly like we were setting other things. So firstly, I would like to say ID is equal to data, or I can just say ID is equal to ID, because we already have that as my param. And then dot dot dot, I can say doc snap dot data, and this will get me the rest of the data. And once I've done that, over here I can simply have my podcast, and if podcast.id is there, that means my podcast has successfully fetched, and I can even wrap this entire thing inside a try catch. And okay, so I'll wrap this entire thing in a try catch, right, and have a simple catch over here. If there's something goes wrong, we'll just say toast.error, right? Toast.error, and show that e.message. Correct. Import toasts from React Toatify. Have I already imported toast? Yes, toast has already been imported. Cool. Over here also I'll just say no such document. Right. And when we show this toast, we should ideally take the person back to the page. So we'll also take care of this. And I will just over here say toast dot success and document found. So obviously instead of document you can say podcast found. Right. No such podcast. Correct. And basically on the fetching of this, what we also need to do is I'll create my navigator. So I'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate, right? use navigate, if you guys didn't know, comes from the React router DOM itself. And now I can just say navigate over here. So no such podcast, no worries, navigate it to slash podcast page again, right? So that is what we need to do. And once we have this, I just need to say if we have our podcast.id, that means I will be showing my data, right? So over here, I'll just have a div where we are going to show all of our data, right? Um, Over here, let me make a simple div, call it class name input wrapper. If you guys remember, this is the global div that we made, and we want all of our data to be over here. And I'll just say h1 podcast dot title, because that is something that we should directly have, podcast dot title. So once we do this, let's have a look at what we see on our screen. So go to the React app, error use effect is not defined, so I'll have to import my use effect. Did that. Once you go, use effect is not defined again. Let me refresh. Podcast found, and we see it two times. So the reason why we see it two times is because I will have to again unsubscribe it and do all of those things. So let's say if I just return this data, does it fetch once time, and hmm, destroy is not a function. Let's get rid of this right now. Let's just keep it nice simple. Podcast found. Right, great. So we see our data and we see all of this is my data that we get. So my banner image is there, display image is there, title is there, description is there, everything is there, right? Even the created by is there. So this is actually a very important thing because this is my current user's UID that I also need, right? So anyways, without any further ado, let's just continue with the styling part. Over here, what I would like to do is I would like to say margin top is, let's do 2rem again, right? And over here, I would want to keep this styling as something, let's say text align left, right? This way is the text for this is should be on the left, right? Uh, hmm, When to say important over here? No, that is strange. Why is this not shifted to the? Let's see. Oh, because of this div. Because we have another div. We don't technically need this div right now. So we will need it in the future, but not right now. So let's just bring it to the left. And even this did not bring it to the left. Let's see why. So text line is still center. Did I not save this? So style and text line left important. For some reason, this styling is not getting shown over here. That is very strange. Hmm. So I believe let's just style it then by giving this a class name. And let me give this a class name of, let's say, podcast dash title dash heading. Right. So because it's a podcast dash title slash heading, now we can just give it a index.css over here, and I can just say text line left because we do want it to be left. Let's see, for some reason our heading class name is still not there. Okay, it is there, but now I guess, so see, text line left happened, uh, but I guess I'll have to give it a width of 100 as well. Now it's working. Right, perfect. So we see our title over here, and that is what we wanted. In fact, what I would also do is that I would actually just go to my podcast details page and say margin top is 0, because since this is on the left, we can put it on the top, right? Anyways, so this is done. Now we need our description, sorry, our banner image. So over here, I'll say src, and inside the src, we'll have our podcast dot banner image, if you guys remember, right? And I need to wrap this in empty tags like this. The moment I do this, we see our banner image. Again, we'll have to style it properly, right? So the way we'll be styling it is again using a div over here. I'll have to wrap this inside a div, and I'll have to say class name to this div and say banner dash wrapper. Let's have it as banner dash wrapper. And the best part is that my banner wrapper will have the same styling that my podcasts had. So my podcast card had. So basically, I will be needing this background, right? So I'll just copy this. Most of this stuff will be needed as it is, right? Then copy this, have this also in my index.css for now, just so that we can quickly get done with it. And if I go over here, this is what we see. Great. I will have to give this a height of, let's say, 300 pixels. I will have to say object fit is cover, right? This way, this should cover it. And right, let's reduce it to 200 pixels, I guess. And okay, we need to reduce the image height and not just this height. So let me actually make this 300 only, and what I will do is remove this as well and have dot banner wrapper and then have an image inside of it. So image tag, and whose uh, width will be 100%. So this particular thing's width will also be 100%, right? And this particular image's width needs to be 100% as well, and the height of this will be 200 300 pixels, and important, and object fit will be cover. So this way is now, this is how it looks. So 300 is not the best, but looks fine. I think this is good enough for a banner, right? Give it a border radius as well, and the border radius will be the same as this one. So 1 rem, maybe a little less, 0.8 rem if you guys want to make it a little nicer, but right. So this is how our banner will look like, and yeah, pretty cool, I would say. Now once our banner is done, we have to show our description like this. So this is just a simple text that we have. So go to our podcast details over here, and below this just have a simple p tag, and again, so give this a class name of, let's say, podcast dash description, and what the text will be is just simple podcast dot description, right? So once we do this, I will have to style this again, and I will have to give this the color of I think purple gray. So color var dash dash purple dash gray, and this should look good now. I will have to get rid of the margin, but yeah, right now the description is very small, so we'll try to add a big description. We'll just edit our thing. So let me just copy this description actually. So we have successfully copied it. We go to our Google Chrome, go to our collection, and this is the description that we want to change. So let's just change it from here, update it, and this is a huge description now. And when we refresh this, our description will be updated to the huge description that we have, and this is how that looks. Perfect, great. So something that I would do from this beginning is that I would like to give this a text align of left as well, right? And makes our lives easier. So we have the description, looks amazing. Then after that, we need to have a heading called episodes, where we'll be having our episodes, right? So this is the classing that we'll be giving to that. Again, go to our podcast details, have a very simple heading h1 called episodes, and the episodes that we'll the classing that we'll give is this. Right, now comes the interesting part. So you need to realize that if we have episodes, we will be showing our episodes obviously below this. If we don't have it, we need to show a text. But before we actually get started with that, I need to first create my episodes. Right. So how do we create an episode? Is basically by making a very cool button over here which says create episode, and that button should only be visible to the person whose podcast we are having a look at. Right. So essentially that is what we need to do. So over here, you guys remember I said that we need a div, but right now we don't. So I'll have a div over here, right? I will make it flex, correct? And so I can just do that over here also. Let me just style, display flex, flex direction is will be rows, and justify content will be space between. So that's the important part. Justify content is space between, right? And yeah, cool. So we have this, and the line items need to be centered as well. So comma line items should be centered. So we have an h1 over here, and after the h1 we'll have a simple button. Now I can use my button over here, but the issue with my button is that my button's width is by default, I think, 80 width. So we'll have a text over here, and I'll say this text is create episode. We can have an on click also over here. And what is the on click that we want? The on click is very simple. So we'll be passing an arrow function, and in this arrow function we'll be saying navigate. And where are we navigating to? Slash podcast, right? We'll have the ID, then slash create episode. Cool. So we'll be navigating there, and yeah, what I'll do is I'll also pass the width attribute over here, and I'll say width is fit content. So this way is what will happen is over here I can have a width attribute, and I can just simply say style width is equal to width, and so my button looks like this. So I will have to give a min width. I guess let's give it 300 pixels. I guess so. Width will be fit content did not work, so let's say 300 pixels. So this is what I see, and what I will also have to do is basically get rid of its margin as well, and I will have to give this a width of 100%. Right, so now what we have successfully done is this is how it will look like. Looks pretty neat, I would say, in my defense. And instead of 300, let's make it 200. Let's see how that looks. 200 doesn't look bad either. Right, we definitely need to get rid of the margin that this button has. So again, we can just pass custom styling then, and over here I'll say width is equal to 200 and margin is equal to 0. Right, so we are basically passing an object, and in my button over here, instead of width I can just have style, right? And I can just say style is equal to style that I'm passing through as a prop. Cool, great. Right, and definitely the width got messed up for some reason. Then let me go over here again, and making a simple class would have been way simpler, but let's just still fix this. I guess over here I can say important, and that might do the trick. Um, hmm. So our style is this. If I go over here, our width should get attached, right? So let me console log my style over here and see if style is coming as what I wanted to come as. If I inspect, go to my console, we do see style as an object with this and this. Pretty cool. If I go to my elements, what is wrong is that my this button should have gotten a width of 80 view width, but we see that that hasn't happened. And why is that? Only margin is going over here as well. Hmm. Did we mess up something? Let's see if we have it over here. This should be the object that is going there, right? I have spelled width correctly as well. Hmm. Something is wrong. We'll definitely have to see what is wrong with this, because we do pass width like this, and over here I am passing width. I am even saying 200 pixels. Something is definitely wrong over here. We'll fix this in a second, but anyways. So as soon as we click on this create episode, it takes us to this podcast slash ID slash create episode page. And something that you need to realize is, when do we need to show this page, or when do we need to show this button? Only basically when my user or the yeah. So I needed to show this basically when my ID or podcast dot created by, if you guys remember, that is an attribute that we have, is equal to the auth dot current user dot uid, and I need to only show this button then, and I need to get my auth object, and then I need to get my current user dot uid, and only then will I see this button. Otherwise I should not see this button. right? So if you go back, we can only see this button because obviously I am logged in currently with the same account. If I were to log out and get out of this page and then log in using some other account, I would not see this button, right? And now basically this is the part where we will be creating our episode, right? And the create an episode is the same as creating a podcast. The only difference is the input will have the type of an audio and we need to update that as well. And in today's class, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing our create an episode page. So, in the last class, we actually got done with our podcast details page, and now what we need to do is we just need to work on our create episode page, like I said. So, this is a fairly simple page to do. It's basically the same as our create a podcast page, right? So, just a simple page with a good form, and that's about it. So, first things first, let's just create that page by creating a create an episode. So I just need to say an episode.js. So this is the page's name, right? I'll just say create an episode and I'll have page over here, right? This will have our header as usual, and that's about it. So now we need to also work on our router. So I'll just have this component over here, right? Uh, get this. Now over here, say create an episode, right? Or you can just say create episode. So doesn't really matter. You guys can change the naming convention according to your needs, right? But this is what we'll be having, and I imported that. So now when a user clicks on this, we'll be taking them to this and create dash episode. Okay. So let's call this create dash episode, right? So this will take them to this particular page, and the best part is this ID is still accessible over here. Now, the reason why we are doing that is because we need to create an episode inside a podcast. So there will be a separate collection inside this collection of podcasts, right? Or inside this document, there will be another collection of episodes, and every episode will have a title, description, and an audio file. And all the three attributes are required, right? So to create the UI, it's the UI part is fairly simple. Just say div over here, call this div as input dash wrapper, like our normal usual wrapper, and h1 I would say create an episode. So create an episode, right? And once that is done, we'll be creating all of our use states. So again, create we can just get our use states from a sign up form, because again it's the same thing, right? So we just need three. We'll also be needing our loading, and we will also need navigate and dispatch, because we'll also be creating an episode dispatch, right? So we'll copy all of these things, paste them over here, import my use state, import my use navigation, and import my use dispatch, and that is about it. So now this will be called as our title, right? We'll have set title over here. So set title over here, this will be called as description, because every podcast, every episode will also have a description, right? Again, that is needed. And then we'll have an audio file. So just a single audio file, and set audio file as well. Set audio file, right? This will be empty for now. So three use states, one loading state, navigate, and dispatch, right? And now all we need is our input fields. So that is easy, right? Just get three input fields and a button, and we also need to get a file input. So a lot of things technically, but yeah. So we'll get our input components over here, and let's just copy all of these options, these two basically, and over here paste this and this, right? So we don't need a third input, we need a third file input, and over here I'll call this title, and this will be text. Then over here we have, instead of description, over here we need description, and text required true. Both of these things are important, and now the only thing that we need is our file input. So let's go to create a starter podcast, and over here we had our file input, if you guys remember. So I just need to get this, and I also need this button, and that's about it. So when we get both of these things, I can just go over here, say create an input, create an episode, and over here I'll paste these two things. So my file input will come over here, and file handle will be audio file handle, ideally, right? Instead of display image input, I'll say audio image, audio file input. This will be audio slash star, and the text will be upload audio file. Great. This is the button that we'll have, and the handle summit, and this thing. So we need to create two more constants to deal with this. So this constant will do nothing but just simply set our state. Thinking about it now, we can actually send this inside that, but let's just do it over here. So audio file is this, and const handle submit will be an async function which will work on handling our entire submit. So right, and now all I need to do is basically, again, if the title is there, the description is there, and the audio file is there, only then will we move ahead. Otherwise, simply just say else and set a toast from React Toastify toast.error. Uh, all files should be there, right? Apart from that, yeah, so we did that, and now we'll have our try and catch, inside of which we'll write our logic, right? So before that, let's just say toast dot error, and the error is e dot message, correct? And one more thing we need to do, set loading. So as soon as this starts, say set loading is true, right? If somewhere along the way there is an error, so set loading false. Over here, if there's an error, set loading is false. Great. So, and this will be create podcast, create episode. Right. So this is cool and perfect. All right. So now we'll work on the fact that let's just see the UI first. If everything is working just like it was supposed to. So create an episode over here. Great. We have the title. Let's say episode one is the title. Description is uh, my description of the episode. So my description of the episode dot dot dot, whatever that is, upload audio file. So now I have already download a simple audio file like I explained the other day, and that audio file is just a simple mp3, and it should be somewhere over here. So this is that audio file. It's just a simple chimes thing that I downloaded from the internet, and let's see if this gets uploaded, and the file this was selected. Great. So all of this is working. Now we need to work on the logic that we require to create an episode, right? So like I said, to create an episode, we firstly need this ID. So we will be selecting this ID from our use params. So we need to do that, right? So first things first, over here I'll just say const. We'll get our ID from our use params from React router DOM. That means we have our ID, right? And we can also have ID over here just in case to be extra sure. And now what we need to do is something very simple, and we will be creating an episode inside a podcast. So to do that, basically what we need to do is, um, okay, so we are also fetching the podcast details. I'll tell you why we are doing that, but we are just fetching our podcast details from that. And again, we need to upload our file, so we'll upload our audio file. But the logic that I wanted to show you guys was this. So inside the basically what we're doing is, when we have the episode data, we want to add a collection inside the document with this podcast ID, and that collection needs to contain this data, right? So this is how we're doing that. So this seems fairly complicated, but once I show you guys what this is doing, you guys will understand what's exactly happening. So first things first, we will create our audio ref, and over here we'll be updating our audio file, obviously. Then over here, once we have the podcast ID, we'll be inserting all of our data, and that's about it, right? We technically don't need okay, so we need the podcast over here for the podcast or title. We don't technically need that, but okay. So let's just do this, right? And I'll explain what we're doing. So okay, what we want to do is, firstly, obviously we'll be uploading our audio file. So for that we need our reference, right? We need our storage. So this is exactly the same thing. So now we are creating a folder called podcast episodes. Inside the auth uid, we are having this, right? So inside our current users, then we are uploading it, and once we're done uploading it, we are getting the URL. Once we get the URL, this is how it looks. We are creating an object called episode data. We have the title, so the title will be title, right? Sorry, and this description will be just DESC, right? And then we have our audio URL. Once done, we are adding a doc. Now, when we add a doc, we are creating a doc inside the collection of our database called podcasts, and inside that we have our podcast ID, which is just my ID over here from the use params, and episodes is the collection name inside that, and the data that I'm passing is episode data. So notice that this is just a collection. So we have successfully created a collection called episodes with this, and episode data is the data that I'm putting inside of that, right? And that is about it. So once we're done with this, we can technically just show a toast.success saying that, hey, everything was done successfully, right? Toast.success. And over here, I can just say episode created successfully, right? And set loading as false, whatever. Now I will navigate to, here's the interesting part, we'll be navigating to our podcast slash ID so that we take them back to that ID page, obviously. And I will also set all of my values to null again. So set title to null, set my description to null, and set my audio file to null as well. And that's pretty much it. Cool. So now if we try, it should work. Let's have a look if we are missing something. So upload bytes and get download URL is something that we are not importing. So we did that too. And now we should be good to go. So let's say I'm creating an episode for this. So the episode is episode 1. Description is description. Hi, hello. If you want a big description, we can have the lorem ipsum text as well, and some gibberish, whatever you guys want to. Upload audio file. So the audio file that we'll be uploading is this very simple chimes.mp3, and create an episode. Loading state is working, everything is working. We should see a toast, episode created successfully, and okay, our navigation did not work properly. The reason for that is I didn't add a slash in front of it. So ideally this will take us back to this page itself. If we go to this page now, we see loading, we see all of this data, and when I inspect my element and go to the console, remember what were we consoling? The document data. Look at what do I see. I still get all of my data. Now the only thing that I need to do is also fetch for my episodes. So now before we fetch for our episodes, we can easily do that using 2-3 methods, right? And right, okay. So if I show you my podcast or podcast details page, now you need to understand that episodes will be an array. So what I'll be doing is, once we get, we'll have technically we'll have two use effects, right? One will be to fetch the podcast details, and one will be to fetch my episodes. So again, we're doing the same thing, just simply unsubscribing, getting a query from our podcast ID, episodes, where episodes is the collection. So if I show you guys what my Firebase looks like now is, look at this. This was the episode that we were technically editing, podcast that we were editing. So if I refresh and show you guys what we have successfully done, is the fact that we go to this podcast. Do you see this collection episodes? Inside this, we have another document which has my episode 1. If I create another episode, there will be another document. So basically, this is my array of episodes now that I need to fetch again in my podcast details page. So to do that, you just need this code, right? And this is very simple, like I said. So we'll go to our podcast details page inside our use effect that we had, right? If you guys remember, this is the use effect that we had. We'll have a similar use effect. This will be on the ID, and we are doing the unsubscribe method, whatever. And now look at this. So on snapshot, everyone knows what on snapshot does, right? We are getting a query, right? We are making a query, and we're getting a collection. We're getting an entire collection. I want you to have a look at that. And we're getting the collection from our DB, from the podcast. The doc is this, but the collection inside the doc is this episodes collection, right? Now inside this, we are getting a query snapshot. This is my episodes data, and my episodes data is nothing but it is a simple array, empty array. Now for each I do that, and this is what I get. I get episodes ID. Technically I don't need this ID, but again the same thing. And my set episodes will be an array of episodes that I have, right? And that is all. So basically we are fetching this in two goes. Firstly, we are getting our podcast data, and then we are deciding to get our array of our episodes, and that's about it. So when we get our array of episodes, we do episode data dot push. This will basically push it into this particular array. Then we are setting that. Now when I go below this, I can have episodes dot length. If that length is greater than 0, that means we have some episodes. If not, I can just give a simple p message saying that uh, hey, you don't have any episodes, and that is basically it, right? So no episodes, right? Or over here, what I can do is basically create an episode, or I'll just show you guys one simple episode. So I'll just say episodes 0 dot title, and this should basically get my episode title for me, right? For now. So if I go to my podcast details, you guys will see now that I am successfully getting my episodes, and I see episode 1. The reason why I see this episode 1 is because my episode 1 is coming from this particular array, this array. If I have multiple episodes, I'll see multiple of those, right? So now all I need to do is technically just map my episodes, and that'll be it. So we can just create a simple element, and we can just say inside this only I can just say episode details dot, yeah, and I can just have an index.js over here, and I can just have a styles.css, right? This needs to be out, this needs to be in this folder, right? So now my episode details will basically be whatever we see in the UI, right? So I'll show that as well. So we'll have episode details over here, and this will take 2-3 things. So one will be the title, obviously. The other will be my simple description, and the last will be a play button, which will have my audio file, technically. So right now let's just do that. So audio file, right? And yeah, or I can have an on-click method. I'll tell you, both the things are completely fine. uh, and I need to have an on-click as well. Honestly, we'll just have an on-click. Great. So this will basically have a simple h1, right, or a simple h3. We'll have to style that, which will be the title, right? Then we'll have a p tag, and that p tag will have the description, right? Then I will have a simple button, right? Yet again, our button component comes in handy. The text will be called as play, right? And on click will be on click this, but we will pass our audio file there. And I'll tell you why we are doing that. Right now, just think of this in this way. This is how we're going to play it out, right? And that's about it. So now all I need to do is map this episode details component inside my podcast details, and that will be it. So we already have this. So now all I need to say is an OL, right? And inside an OL, I'll just say episodes dot map a particular episode, right? And every episode that I have will technically have all the things that I need. So this, uh, yeah, and I'll say text or title is equal to episode or title, description episode or description, audio URL or audio file I think it's called will be episode dot audio file, and I need to have an on click as well. So over here my on click will be a simple let's just have a simple console, and I'll tell you why do we need whatever we did. So I'll have my file in this, and I'll just say console.log playing file, and we'll have the file, right? So this is what I have. I will now do this, and we will definitely have to style this properly, but okay. We see episode details is not defined. I did import this. This is what we see, and it looks horrible right now, but I hope you guys did understand what is happening, right? Great. So I will have to style this properly. So like I said, we can just have a simple styling over here, and I can just say text align is left, right? And I will say margin bottom is 0. So this is on the left, correct? And the description is right there, and the button. So for the button, we'll have a width. I'll say the width is 200 pixels again. So even the button should be fine now. Great. And we definitely need to put it on the left side of things. Right now this is directly, so this is how it looks. So we have our episode. So we have this OL, which was, now I'm thinking about it, not really needed. So we can just get rid of this OL as well. And I can technically pass a key object, and we can work with that. Right, so I can definitely pass my key, which will be my index. Right, so I can have an index over here, and key will be index, and I can pass an index prop only, and that index will be index plus 1. And the reason why I'm doing that is because if I go to my episode details now, I can pass my index over here and have my index like this next to my title. So this is how that will turn out to look like. Obviously I can have a simple margin left over here as well. So we can just do margin left of, let's do 1 rem. And what I would like to do is give this the class name of the description class that we had. So if you guys remember, we had made a description class. This, I will do that as well with this. So go to the specific episode details card that we had and give this the class name. This is how that looks. And still something is missing, and that is basically as to why is this still centered even though we have all of these things as this. I think I need to make this div as having width of 100%. That should shift it to the left. Perfect. So here we go. You have everything that you guys need now. You have the description, you have the episode, you have this. Everything is just fine. And what we can also do is maybe give it a little more margin left. That should definitely push it a little. Right, this is looking better. And obviously the play button is something that we will have to fix as well eventually, but right now let's just have it as a normal button and it looks fine. Right, so now if I click this button, I should technically see a message saying that, hey, we are playing this file. So if I click on this, it says playing this file, and if I go to this file, this will be your hosted URL for that audio. So let's see if this is working just fine or not. Oh, I think, yeah, there's the file word attached to it in front of it. That is not needed. If we go over here, we get this audio, and this is the audio that we updated. So now comes the interesting part. Basically, as soon as we click on play, what we want to do is we want to show our custom audio player and play that file, and that's about it. So we are technically coming to the end because now you guys are successfully creating an episode. You guys are successfully doing everything. We can also save this episode in our episode slice that you want to. So we can also do that so that the next time it is there, we don't really have to, load it that much. But right, so it is working fine. And one last thing that I would like to do is let's just get rid of that annoying toes that we have. For some reason, I've given a toes of success. Let's get rid of this. And right, so this is really cool because now we are seeing our episode. We will make a custom play button. I feel for this. This is not really matching. But right, so you see your episodes, you see your description, and on the click of play, we just need to play that file. And how are we going to play it is by simply making a custom audio file player, and like the one that I showed you in the very beginning. So we'll be making that from scratch in the next class, and that is it. Once we're done with that, our entire platform is completed. Right, the only thing we need to take care of is this profile page then. So our podcast is working just fine, searching is working, clicking on this will take us to that. Hi does not have no episodes. I need to technically fix this also. And we are seeing hello. Oh, this hello is the description. We need to fix this as well. So let me go over here, go to my index.css, have the width for this as something 100%. So now this should be left. Great. This is perfect. This is the description ideally. We should have a minimum length on that description as well. And this new episode is something that we can show much more nicely too. In this module, what we'll be doing is we'll be finishing with our podcast platform that we have. And something that is left is this podcast or custom audio player that we want to build. So now, how do we actually build it? So first things first, something that you need to realize is as soon as our podcast data is loaded on the screen, we see this play button, right? And when I click on this play button, what I'm supposed to do is ideally I'm supposed to show this audio player that is fixed on the screen, so that even if I reduce my screen size and everything, it stays there. If I scroll down, it stays there, and it has a background of, I think, opacity has been given of something like zero point 0.8, so it's a little translucent as well, so it won't really block any information and below it. But right, so basically what we want to do is we just simply want to make a custom audio player in this lecture, and using React. So now there are a lot of custom audio players npm package that are there, so you guys can definitely use that if you want to, right? But what I wanted to do was I wanted to help you guys create a custom audio player from scratch. So now how do we do that? So before we actually get in the coding part, something that I would like to explain to you guys is what all features does it have. So firstly, it has this picture that we are going to show, and this picture is basically the podcast picture. So if I go to my podcast, this is the podcast that I'm playing, right? And over here, if I click on play, this is what we see. By default, as soon as we click on play, the audio starts playing, obviously, and we have both the things there, right? So if I press on this play button, I the audio plays, and this icon also changes, right? Apart from that, what is also allowed is the fact that over here I need to simply be able to change the duration of my entire audio file, right? So what do I need? I need a total duration. So let's say if I go over here, was the total duration is of 21 seconds. Now 21, 17 and 3, right? So 17 point something it might have been, but right. Right now, if I go there, there will be a point where it will be 4 and 17 as well. Anyways, so the entire point is to be able to show you guys both the current duration, how much has the audio played, and how much is left. Right. Other than that, what we also want to make is a volume button. So this will control the volume, right? I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but let's say if this is the audio that is playing, I can manipulate the volume, right? And similarly, if I click on this, it becomes muted. If I click on this, it's full volume. Right, so both the options are there, and yeah, that's about it. If you want to add more features, you guys can add more features, right? Another feature could be by clicking on having a few buttons over here which allow you to skip to the next 5 seconds, or skip the next 10 seconds, or something like that, or skip back, come back to the next 5 seconds or something like that. So that functionality you can also add, but this is the very basic audio player that we'll be making. Now, how do we make it? So, firstly, like I said, we need to have a list of all of the states and everything that we need to do, right? So, before that, let's actually go to our code base, and yeah. So, before we do that, let's actually go to our code base and see what all we had. So, okay, this is how currently our folder structure looks like. So, over here now, I think inside this. Um, so these components are actually outside, they're not inside the common components, I just realized. So what we'll be doing is we'll be having our podcast over here, and inside our podcast, we'll be having an audio player. Right, so this is the folder that we need to make. I'll have an index.js over here, and I'll obviously have a styles.css as well. Over here, I'm going to say RFCE, and then going to say audio player, right? And I'll also import my /styles.css. Right, so once this is done, now what you want to do is basically, first let me also say npm start, because the project that was previously running was not the one that we are working on. Okay, so this will take its own time. Our project will start. I will have to say yes to running on localhost 3001, I believe. And right, so now localhost 3001, we have that running, right? And okay, so compile problems, all right, because we changed the folder structure, there will be some issues. Let's fix that. So we have inside pages itself, let's see. So over here now, components common. Okay, so now instead of common, this is how this looks. Directly podcast is there, right? And other than that, I think over here also there was the same thing, right? And now I think we should be good. So the error that we were getting was because of the fact, uh, okay, inside episode details. Let's go to episode details and have a look at this. So the button would be now inside slash common slash button, I think. Right. So the issue right now is basically because of the fact that we changed the folder structure. So let's update that. Now everything is working just fine, and it is working over here as well. So let's log in. Right. This, let's say this is the user that we want to log in from, or I think the user that we were using was Avivash2. Let's log in from that user. Let's go to the podcasts, and this should be our podcast. We should be able to see create podcasts, and we see the play button. Right. So obviously the play button doesn't look nice. We read that. So what we want to do is on the click of this play button, not only do I want to show that component, I want to keep that component fixed. So first things first, what we'll do is we'll go to our podcast details page, and I believe over here inside this particular button we have this, and we already have that on click function, right? So this is something that is great we did because we wanted to anyways uplift the state of the file and get that file, right? So now all we need to do is basically I need to say const uh, I can just have playing file, right, comma set playing file is equal to useState and an empty useState. So now we're just going to save it in a state, and what that will allow us to do is basically let us know that this is the file that is playing, right? So we have this set playing file working just fine. So now what we will be doing is the fact that over here I will be having my audio player, right? So let me just say audio player, I'll get it from my components, and as you guys can see, we should see it over here. Now the logic will be very simple. I just need to say if my playing file is there. If my playing file is there and is not empty, basically, only then do I need to show this audio player, right? So this way is this way is at least I am aware that if I click on this, only then will my audio player appear on the screen, right? And now obviously I will have to send in my audio file as well because this is the audio src that we'll be playing, right? So this is the same as playing file, so that is good. And I think this should be good for now. I believe we also need to send in the podcast image as well. So let's just do that too. So inside image we can just say podcast dot display image, I believe, right? And the reason why I'm sending the image is because inside that, if you guys remember, we had to show the image as well, and the podcast is the podcast object that we have. Great. So now inside this I definitely need to style this. So quickly I'll give this a class name and call it custom dash audio dash player, right? And when I do that, I can go to my style.css, and over here I have this custom audio player. Say width is equal to 100%, right, or 100 view width. Position is equal to fixed, or even static would work, but fixed, right? And bottom is 0, left is 0. That way it's anchored to the bottom left of the screen. And I will have some padding. Definitely I'll have some padding. So 1 rem and 1.5 rem or 3 rem, I believe. That will be good. We'll keep the display flex, right? Justify content will be space between, or let's keep it flex start, or I'm confused between flex start and space between. Let's keep it flex start for now, and we'll also give it a gap of 1 rem, right? This way, at least this is how the audio player looks, and as you guys can see, that is fixed, right? And we would also want to give it a background color, so let's give it a background color. And now what is the background color that we want to give? Maybe I'll just say RGB this, and um, 000. I believe this might be too dark. Yes, it is. So let's just get the exact styling for that, right? And okay, so the exact styling is, this is the background color that we have decided to give, and let's have a look at if it looks good or not. So again, this is just an RGB value that we have chosen. You guys can choose some other RGB value if you want to. And right, it does look good, right? Okay, so this is our audio player. Again, doesn't look the best right now. We will definitely have to fix things. Like instead of justify content, maybe I can say center over here and say align items in center as well, right? Other than that, I believe we'll have to increase the padding so that it looks a little big, and now it does. It definitely looks a little better now, right? Okay, cool. So we already have our audio player ready, and let me try something. If I say 100 view width, is it nice? Right, is it just me, or I think this is also not centered on the screen? We'll have to have a look as to why that is. Hmm, maybe it's because of the Not really. The padding shouldn't really mess with any of this. Just give me a second. Let's inspect and see where are we going wrong. Uh, hmm. So it's this 3 run that we have given. Okay. So let's give it a padding of 0 rem on the sides. Right. Okay. Now it's entered. Yeah, and still doesn't look bad. It still looks like same thing only. But okay, so this is what we have, right? So now just to give you a glimpse, basically what's happening, we have a loading screen and then we have this. And as soon as I click on play, we see this, right? Now what I want to do is I want to basically start playing my audio file as soon as this happens, right? So for that, obviously you will be needing a few things. And number one, we are already passing our audio file over here. So that's amazing, right? I think it was called audio src. Let's see, audio src and image. So we already have these two props that we are passing, right? So I will destructure them over here. We have audio src and image. And first things first, let's just have our image itself, because again, the image is the easy part, right? Just put in the image tag over here, give it some height, some width, maybe give it a class name and just say custom, let's say display image, display dash image dash player. So this is the display image for the player. You guys can style it anyhow you like. Right now I'll just give it a very small width and height. So let's say a height of 100 pixels, width of 100 pixels, and object fit of cover, right? So this way is, it just looks 100 pixels is a lot. Wow. Let's do 50 pixels. I guess 50 pixels would be nice, right? So this is how that looks like now. Right, even 50 pixels does seem to be a lot. Maybe something like 30 would be nice too. And anyways, that is totally up to you. 30 is too small now. You guys can take care of this, right? I believe. Uh, okay. So once this is done, what we need to do now is the fact that I need to build an audio, right? And I will be using what we call as a use ref. Now, what is a use ref? It is basically like a reference, and it allows you to just target that particular element and then continuously do tasks on that, right? So if you want to learn more about use ref, it's a hook in React itself, right? And let's just quickly Google what it has to offer. And what useref allows us to do is it allows us to persist values between renders, and it allows us to also do certain things. Like in the sense, if I set my ref, I use the useref hook to set my ref for my audio file or my audio SRC. I will be able to set certain properties of it as well. Right. So apart from the fact that it allows us to persist value, it also allows us to manipulate certain things, right, or certain elements directly. So that is when you would use useref. Correct. So just say const audio ref is equal to useref, right? Just a simple useref over here hook, right? And what you want to do is you would want to say ref is equal to useref over here, and src is equal to audio src, right? And I believe this should be good to create our reference. So now when we go to our React app, we still don't see any audio tag, right? We still don't see any of it, but our reference has been made. Now, using this reference, I will be able to do certain tasks, and that's what it is about. All right, great. Okay, so now I'll tell you what you need to do. So now you need to build two draggable inputs, right? So if you guys didn't know, those inputs are what we call as input of types range. So we can just have an input of type range. The reason why I'm not using a custom input is over here because we don't need to. And as soon as I do that, I do see this range, right? So this will be for the duration, let's say, and we'll need one more for the audio. So again, what we need to do is we need to set various use states for the duration. So set duration, right? This will be equal to a use state. Correct. Similarly, we'll have a volume one. Now the thing with volume is volume will probably be a number. Even this can be a number as well. We'll have to see what can be done about it. But by default, the volume will be full. So now this will be for that. And what we'll have to do is we'll have to give it a step count, right? So I think it's called step size, step, and I think there's a step size as well. We'll have to see exactly what that is, but yeah. So step will give us the number of steps. I think the size is what you call it, and I can just so the size can be whatever you want to give, right? Other than that, what I just want to tell you guys was basically we'll have an on change on this, right? And an on change on this will trigger a const handle duration change function, right? And basically what this const handle duration will do is not only will it set the duration over here, right? So let's say we have an event object, so I will definitely set it over here by saying e.target.value. Correct. We'll definitely do that. But the thing is, we also want to update our ref, right? So this is where things start to get interesting, and this is where we will have to refer to some documentation as well. So now there are a lot of tutorials on the internet that you guys can refer to. Over here, you guys can give this a class name as well. Let's give it a class name of duration range, right? So when I have this class name of duration range, I can also style this very well, right? So the way I would like to style it is, let's go. I have already decided on some colors that we have. uh, let's see. So with this, you guys will be able to change its color, and this is in general the width and whatever I have given it. You guys can also give it a custom width if you want to, and right. So what this will do is this will allow to change my color. Okay, use state is not defined. Let me import use state from React, and what that allowed me to do was, hmm, do I need to refresh? Okay. So now if I click on this, as you guys can see, the color has changed, right? And that is very cool. I can also change the width of this, obviously, so I can give this a width as well. So let's say I give it a width of 90%, right? 90% is a lot, clearly. Let's give it a width of 80% or 50%, right? So 50% looks like this, which is fine. And now you need to realize that something that I need to do is I need to have a starting number over here and a ending number over here. So we will be doing that as well quickly. So that will not be nothing but we just need to put this in a div, which is a flex box, right? And we need to have two p tags. One will be the p tag for, let's say, the starting time. So let's say 0 0 is my starting time, and one will be for my ending time. So let's say the ending time is -21 only, right? Something like this. Everyone agrees? And over here I will have my input in between of this, and I will just have a simple class name called custom audio flex, or I can just say duration flex. Now what will duration flex be? Duration flex is nothing but just a simple uh, display, and I think with we can display flex, obviously justify content will be flex start, right? Align items will be centered, and gap will be of 0.5 rem, right? And I think this is looking good, right? And I'll give it a width of 100% as well, so this way at least we know that this is how that looks, right? And okay, so instead of 100%, let me give it a width of 50%. Let's see how that looks. This is how that looks. We will definitely have to change our styles a little bit, obviously, guys. So, but right, this is how this looks. Right, we'll have our volume input also over here, and we need to have a play button also over here. So now, what I will do is to have a play button over here. What we need to do is we'll be using something that we call as this particular thing. So, okay, to basically have our icons, we will be using React icons, and this is a library which allows us to get all of our icons. So you will have to say npmi for this, right? And this is the import for all of our icons, as you guys can tell. So we just need to get these icons. I will go to my VS Code again, import this npmi, right? So if you want to read up more about React icons, you guys can definitely go to Google and do that. React icons npm, and this is a very cool package. Allows you to have a lot of icons, right? And you can just import icons simply like that, correct? So all you need to do is just say npm install react icons. I think, yeah, that's about it. So let's just run this command and we will have all of our icons there. Now once we are done with that, more or less our functionality will be done, right? So I just need to have fa play over here, and with this we can set a font size as well to this, but right, I think the package is still being installed. Okay, now the package has been installed, and we see our icon, right? So our icon is visible as well, and what you need to do is you need to make another use state which says is playing or not. right? So const is playing and set is playing. Now, what you want to do when your audio is playing is basically by default, by default it will be playing. So now, if it is playing, you would want to just show the stop icon. Otherwise, you would want to show the play icon, and that is about it, right? And similarly, on the click of these icons, what you need to do is you need to toggle them. So what I would like to do is I would like to wrap it inside a p tag. This way, it will be getting the styling of all the p tags, right? And I can have an on click over here, and on the on click of this I can just say toggle play, right? And what does toggle play do? Toggle play is another constant that we have, and it will just simply toggle the play button, right? If we are playing, it will say if is playing, we want to stop is playing, so we will say set is playing as false. Else, okay, else what you want to do is set is playing as true, right? And that's about it. So with just such basic functions, your entire functionality will be complete. So like over here, I can click on this, click on it again to play it and pause it and whatnot, right? I do need to fix this part where we'll be taking care of this. So our functionality is done. Overall, the structure is almost ready. One last thing that we do need is one last thing that we do need is the volume button as well. So similarly, like we have is playing, we'll have is mute as well. So is mute and set is mute. So what this will do is this will just say that, if you want to mute it or not, and that's about it. So by default, this will be now false, right? And what you can do is you can have volume up and volume mute as icons. So again, the logic will be more or less the same thing. So let's have a p tag over here, and inside the p tag, let's have the same logic that like over here we did, right? If is playing, then just show this. If not, show something else, right? So instead of is playing, we'll have is mute. So if it is mute, what we want to show is FA volume up, right? If it is not, we want to show volume down, or I think volume mute. Correct. And similarly, on the click of this, we can have a simple function to toggle that. So on click of this, we'll have a toggle or handle, or I'll just say toggle mute, right? So this toggle mute function will do exactly the same thing what this toggle play is doing, right? And all I need to do is just change all of my logic. So instead of is playing, it will become is mute, correct? And similarly, instead of this, if it's already muted, if it's muted, then set it as false and set it as true, and that's about it, right? And okay, so that is it for the logic part. So now you see this icon, right? And pretty cool. Correct. In fact, I think we will have to toggle this because this is what we want to show. Like by default, it should be playing, right? Let's see what we see by default. By default, it is playing. On the click of it, now it has been muted. And then on the click of this again, we need to unmute it, right? So this is what we see again, which is very, very cool, right? Now the only thing that is left is the duration bar, is the dragging bar for this volume, right? So again, you can just have a simple range over here, and this will be handle volume as the function will be there. And just by this, your entire structure should be ready. So I can just say const handle volume over here. We'll have an event, and I can just say volume now. So I will have another use state for my volume, correct? I already have made that, so that is pretty cool. And now all I need to say is set volume as e.target.value, correct? And that is about it. So now I see my volume bar, I see my duration bar. Something that I definitely need to do is change this to volume range, and I need to style my volume range separately. So now how will I do that? I'll go to my index.css, and that is how we'll be styling our volume range, right? So again, the hue will be the same. Instead of giving it a width of 100%, let's give it a width of 50%. So this is how it looks. I think instead of a width of 50%, 20% or something will also look nice. So I think volume, this is good enough for the volume part, right? If you want to give it more, you guys can give it more. I believe in the flex of our entire custom audio, I think we should improve the gap, right? So pretty cool. So it's totally up to you guys how you want to style things, right? Nobody will ask you to style it a certain way, or nobody will ask you to change the styling. It is totally yours. Obviously this styling is also not the best, we will fix it, but for now this looks good. So now what you've done is you've added all of the variables, all of the handle change event, and the ref is also there. So now we just need to write the logic for a custom audio player. So now what is left is basically how do we need to play our audio, stop our audio, change the volume, change the duration, and all of those things. So now you need to understand that we have already created all the functions. We just need to link them to our audio file or our audio source that is running. So to do that, everyone knows that, or in the last class we discussed that this is the audio ref that we'll be using, right? This is like a reference to our entire object. So first things first, we said that as soon as the user comes on the thing, right? As soon as the user will come to, or as soon as the user starts playing, what needs to happen? So basically, we need to start playing it, but we only need to play it whenever the is playing is true or not, right? So we basically get this, and if we make a use effect saying if is playing is there, right? All I want to do is basically say something like audio ref dot current dot play should I think do it, and else if it is not, then I think we need to pause it. So I think pause is the function to do. Now the moment we do that, as you guys can see, our page reloaded and we see this, right? So I'll show you a better example. So the moment I click on play now, we see this, and if I press on pause, it should get paused as well, which it does. Correct. So our play and pause is technically already working. Now, what we need to do is similarly, you guys can also work with your mute and unmute. And I think for those functionality also, there's the same code that is there. So let's say for your volume, it is there that you just need to say audio ref dot current dot volume is equal to volume, right? So similarly, we can have the same use effect or the same use effect for our volume. So the volume is a range from 0 to 1, right? So all you need to say is something very similar. So just make a use effect over here, correct? And let's say the use effect is for is mute. So if it is mute, what do you want to do? You want to say audio ref dot current dot volume is equal to 0, right? If it is muted, or actually if it is not muted, and take it to full. Else, if it is not muted, then we want to mute it, right? So now this should work as well. So go to your Google Chrome. My bad. Why did I put 2 equal to signs? My bad. And that's about it. So now if I refresh and I click on play, okay, so our if else is not working properly. Let's go over here. Let's see. So if it is muted, my bad. So if it is not muted, then we need to do this, else we don't need to do that. Right. So now if I play this, as you guys can see, it is completely working. Our play button is working, our mute and unmute is working. So are you guys understanding how easy it is to manipulate this? So now similarly, we can easily do the volume part because we have already accessed that, right? So let's just create that. So we already have this handle volume. So what we want to do now is basically just say, or I can say when we are unmuting, just take it back to the volume part, right? Anyways, so now what you want to say is just the fact that we have already set our volume. Now what we want to do is, do we have a use state for a volume? We do. I have misspelled it. My bad. So this is the use state for a volume, right? Okay, great. I am really sorry for that. I feel every time we'll, save our code will start. So let me just say false right now. Okay. So now what you want to do is every time you're changing the volume, I just want to say audio ref dot current dot volume is equal to the volume that we are setting, or just e dot target dot value, right? And what we would also want to do is that over here the range has a value, and the value of this range is volume, correct? So I believe this should be good. So now if I play this audio and if I change the volume, okay, uh, out of range, so I need to press a set for this, right? So I think over here I can press max as 1 and min. I can have max and min values, so min is 0, right? So now if I refresh, I think that should work. If I play over here, audio is working just fine. Okay, so now it just has 2 steps. So I will have to give this a step as well. So I think the step that we can give is 0.01. This way the volume will be a little smoother to work with. And as you guys can see, it works completely just fine, right? The only thing that we need to do is every time I'm muting it, I should also say set volume as 0, and then over here I would like to say set volume as 1 and set it as 1. I think this will be fine. Perfect. So our volume is already working. Right. Now the only thing that is left is to handle the duration bar and handle this thing. Apart from that, if you think about it, everything else has been done. Right. So we are technically good to go. The only thing is we need to take care of this duration bar. And even this duration bar is very, very simple because we already have our handle duration function there. So we have this handle time update function that is there, handle duration change. So we would need a new state for the current time and the total time. Right. So right now we have the final duration, but we would also need the current duration. And how do we get that? We just need to say audioref.current.current time will give us, will allow us to get the current value and also set the current value. The only thing is the fact that this input has a min of 0, max is of the duration. And how are we setting the duration? Now, this is the important part. So we are setting the duration over here when we say handle loaded metadata, right? So whenever or audio ref dot current dot duration should only allow us to do that. So let's take care of this, right? So basically, what I need to do is let's try to see what we can do. So I need to have two states. One is for the current time and one is for the duration. So we already have the duration. What I want is the current time, right? So we have the set current time as well, right? Both of these are apparently integers, so let's just have them as integers, no longer strings. Okay, so as soon as this thing is done, so when I said handle duration, what you want to do is I want to say set current time, by the way. Okay, and set duration. So where do we set our duration? So now basically I believe we need to have a custom use effect over here, and this use effect will basically be there whenever our audio ref is available to us, right? So as soon as our audio ref is available to us, what we want to do is I want to say set duration. And what will be the duration? The duration will be audio ref dot current dot duration. And I think this should help me do this as well. And if this doesn't work, then uh, we will definitely have to take care of the duration through the loaded metadata part, right? But right now I just want to see if this works or not. So similarly, what is the maximum part of this range? The maximum is duration. The current value is the current time, right? And the current time by default should be 0 because we will be starting from 0, right? The current time is 0 by default. And what you want to do is every time you change it, I also want to say audio ref dot current time is equal to e dot target dot value. And let's see if this logic is working or not. So if I play this, this is not really working because it needs to work with the entire thing, but let's see. Okay, so the thing is that our current time is working. The only thing is it is not increasing with the entire time, right? Because it needs to increase with the entire time as well. So we need to increment our current time as the file is playing. So we need to take care of that logic as well. And I think for that logic, okay, so handle ended is also there. I see. There is time update. So there is this event listener that is handle time update. And I think this handle time update runs every time our time update is running. And that is why we've added this event listener there. So I think we will definitely have to add that. And apart from that, I think we are good to go. So, okay, let's do that. So basically what we have done is over here, we are setting our entire, in this use effect, we are setting all of our event listeners, and most of them are not needed, but still, let's just do this. So I believe we don't need this event listener anymore. That will be done over here. And okay, so we are calling our audio ref current, and we are setting all of these event listeners called time update, load metadata, and ended. And all of these will take care of if the file has ended, if the file has loaded, and if the time is updating. And I believe the time will update every time as the time is updating, as the file is playing, right? So this event listener was the one that was missing. And now I believe these three functions are the only functions that we need to fix our entire code, obviously. And that's about it. So I'll explain these three functions as well. So over here, what we're doing is we handle time data, just updating the time to current time, obviously. I just hope we have the same current time. Yes, we do. Then handle loaded metadata, just setting the duration, and handle ended is setting the current time as 0 and set as playing as false. And now I believe if I play, this is, as you guys can see, this is moving with the time, right? Uh, the only issue which is coming with this is the fact that now not only is it not fully going there, so we need to fix that by, I think, adding a step over here as well. So let's add a step over here, and the step we would like to add is 0.01. And now I believe we can take it to the very end and take it to the very first. Perfect. Now the only thing that is left is to update these two values. So if you guys see, we already have this, so why not let's just update that. So let me just say current time over here, and over here, why not let me just say duration minus current time. Let's see what we get. So this is what we see. Obviously this is working, but this is not the best, because as you guys can see, it is in milliseconds. So I believe the easier thing to do would be just to say 2 fixed, and I think we can fix it to just 2 decimal places. And to this also, let's just fix it. So we'll have to fix the final thing to 2 decimal places, and I believe this will not work because we'll have to first pass it to an integer and then do it. No, this seems to work, and dot fix is now the function. Exactly. So we will have to parse it to int every time you're setting it. So every time I'm setting the current time, like over here it's an integer, but over here it's not. So I believe I will have to parse int, and then set it, right? Or parse float. I think parse float is something that we'll have to do, and I'll have to do it every time we are setting either the duration or anything, so that we just know that it's yeah, we just know that it's in floats. Over here also, and over here also. Now let's have a look. Playing it, working just fine, and this needs to shift as well, and this is. The only thing is this doesn't seem to be smooth at all, and we need to make it a little smoother as well. Hmm. So for this, I believe what we have made use of is this time converting function. And the time converting function is this format time. So we pass the time, we get the minutes, we get the seconds. Seconds is the percentage, the remainder, the minutes is divided by 60. And then we return the time as this. All right, so we will have to do this. And that means we can remove our parse float now, because this function will take care of everything else. So, okay. So we have this format time function that I've done, and this is just going to give us the minutes, seconds, and then the logic is that if the seconds is less than 10, then just give it as 0, else don't give it as anything, and seconds. Right, so now what we'll have to do is, wherever I have done parse float, it's time to remove the parse float. So let me just remove it like this. Correct, I think it must be there in the top as well, and that is also gone. Great. So all of our past floats is gone, and now the only thing that I need to do is just say format time over here. So okay, let's do that. So instead of current time, let me just say format time, and this way we can easily format our time. And over here also I need to say format time, and that's it. No need for two fix two. And if we go now, let's play this. This is working just fine, everyone. And yeah, I can change the audio, I can go back, go forward, I can mute it, unmute it whenever I want to, and our custom audio player is done, just like that. So as you guys can already imagine, all we need to do is, let's say if I have a button to skip to the next 10 seconds, all I need to do is I just need to say set current time is equal to current time plus 5 or plus 10 or whatever it is. I think they take it in milliseconds, so maybe you would want to say 500 or something. That is something you'll have to research on your own. But yeah, that's about it. And with that, your entire project is more or less coming to an end now. I will definitely do something, and I will definitely say audio dash btn over here, because what we want to do is we want to give a proper cursor and all of those things to all of these buttons that we are clicking again and again. So let's go to our styles, and one last thing that is left is to just say cursor pointer, and that way at least we know that these are clickable buttons, right? It plays, this works just fine, everything is working perfectly. And yeah, one last thing, in fact, what we also had to do was over here when I said this, I need to make this as true again, and with this your entire audio player is done, and that's about it, right? The duration is done, the dragging is done, the volume part is done, everything is done perfectly. So with that, now the only thing that is left is actually to create a profile page and to furnish this. So I believe this can be done in easily 10-15 minutes. So let's give another class to this. So in the next class, let's just furnish this, and then we can officially just host our project on Netlify and get done with it. So now let's talk about all the things that are left. So firstly, our project is actually running on localhost 3001, and this is the project that we have been working on. And yeah, let's talk about all the things that are ideally left. So firstly, what we need to do is we need to build a proper loader. As of right now, if you refresh your screen, you see this loader component. So all you need to do is build a loading component, and you can use MUI or any loading animation for that, right? A simple way of quickly doing that would be by creating a common component over here, calling it loader, right? And if you want to have styles, you can have styles, and index.js would just be fine as well, right? Call it loader over here, and wherever you have your loading state, all you need to now do is have this over there instead of that. So first, if you guys remember, we have a loading state in our this part. So you need to have your loader over here, and one thing about loaders is that make sure that your loader takes your entire screen and not the partial screen, right? It needs to take the entire screen, it needs to be at the center of the page, and yeah. So firstly, we'll have one loader over here. What are the other places where we are having loading is not the text one, this one, right? So the profile page is the other one, and we'll have that over here. So we'll have our loader over here now. So now what needs to be done? So what we can do is there are a lot of npm packages for a loader. If you want to use those packages, you guys can use that, right? Npm packages for loaders, or there are custom css libraries that you can use, or you can even use the what do you say, the MUI loaders that are there, right? Make a custom loader. There are a lot of things that you guys can do. So for now, if I want to quickly show you guys, let's just use some CSS based loaders, right? And CSS based loaders are very simple. We can even make our own loader if you want to, but let's say that the loader that we want right now is this one. This looks pretty cool, right? So this is all you need. So we'll have this in our HTML code, correct? I just need to, instead of this, you need to have this, and I believe we will also have to have a wrapper div for this. We will see what can be done, and this is the CSS styling that we need, right? So just select it all, copy it, go to your VS Code, have an import /styles.css. This is a custom CSS loader that we are making. So if you want to use a React, package for it, you guys can feel free to do that. And anyways, now what I would suggest is having a wrapper around it so that your entire page knows that you have the loader. So we need to definitely have a wrapper. And okay, so the wrapper that I would like to have will obviously be the color of your entire page only. So background color will be theme. So we are dash theme, right? Other than that, we'll have a position of fixed so that it's on the screen at all times. It needs to have a width of 100 view width, right? It needs to have a height of 100 view height, and display flex. And the reason why I'm doing display flex is so that I center it. So justify content, center, and align items will also be centered, right? So this way is at least when you go and have your loader over here now. So if I refresh, my loader looks something like this, which looks pretty cool, pretty decent actually, I would say, right? You guys can change the loader to have a different color as well. So that is also up to you. So I think this is the ripple div. So instead of having this, we can have dash blue, I think it was called, and this phase the loader will be blue in color. If you want to have this, you guys can have this, have a different loader, whatever you guys want, right? So that is done. So now every time you refresh, this is the only loader that you guys would see, and it quickly goes away. You guys can have a different loader, like I said, but that's how simple it was. So the loader is also done. You need to add a play icon over here. We have already imported React icons to do that, so you guys can do that. Then start a podcast is fine. Something that we forgot is that over here we need to have a file input, and the file input needs to be the display picture of the user, because that is what we want to show in the profile. So one last thing that is left is over here we need to have one more file input, and that's about it. So how will you do that? The code for that is already with you guys. Just you need to edit your sign up components and your sign up form. Right, inside your sign up form, have one more file input and one more state for your file input. Then when you submit the form, once you're done checking everything, you need to upload it on the storage, and yeah, you need to get that done with. Right. So once you upload it, get the download URL, all of which have we have already done when we created an episode and created a podcast. In fact, while we were creating a podcast, we uploaded two files. Right. So we already have that code written. So that is something that is left. Definitely styling your profile page is something that is left. And also something that is left is, if you want, you guys can create an episode slice and save your episodes in a slice as well, just in case if you want to use Redux for that. Right. So these are the three tasks that I would do immediately if I were you guys, and consider this to be somewhat of a homework, if you may. Right. Other than that, if you guys go to the Figma, inside the Figma I have already attached a few to do items for you guys as well. Right. And those to do items basically include uh, okay, this is our podcast platform, and let's see. The to-do items include the fact that I think the audio player that I told you guys skip 10 minutes and all of those things. You guys can even uplift that to the podcast page so that you guys can have your player itself whenever you show your podcast. Right? You need to have an edit profile page. So an edit profile page allowing the user to edit their details. And again, how will you update it? By setting the doc again. Right? So doing that, then you guys can similarly have an edit a podcast page, edit episodes, icons, all of those things can be there, right? Other than that, what you guys can also do is there is this reset password and forgot password hooks that are available in Firebase. So you guys can enable that in your auth. And to do that, it is very, very simple. Just go to Firebase documentation and say reset, uh, reset account using email and password, right? And it will give you this. So how do you do that? You guys can create a reset link, and again, all of the documentation is available, just like the create user with sign up. All you need to do is just do that, right? So you just need to say generate password reset link and send in the user email, and your the link will be generated. So then you can reset your password through that link, and that is something that Firebase takes care of, so you don't need to worry about it, right? Other than that, what we definitely need to work on is genres. So what I was thinking was, inside every podcast, you guys can have a list of genres, right? Just have a drop down and allow users to select multiple genres, and allow users to filter by those genres over here in the Discover podcast page. Make different tabs or give a different UI. So now this is the point where you need to expand on the project on your own. We have already worked on the basic functionality where we have the sign up done, we have the auth done, we have everything done. Now it's about adding more and more features based on the existing knowledge that you guys have. So I really hope you guys do that. Add in more animations, add in all of those things. And one last thing that we definitely need to do is that we definitely need to host everything on Netlify. So for that, we'll obviously create a new repo, and the repo name will be, let's say, podcast dash app dash react dash rec. So this is the repo that I'll call it. I will just create a repository by this name. It is a public repository, um, right? And I'll go to my VS Code. I'll make sure that I am inside the current. Yeah, I am. And just say git init, git add dot, git commit, first commit, push everything on your GitHub. How do you do that? Add your branch, add your remote origin, and then push. And once you successfully do this, all of your code will be on GitHub, right? And once it is on GitHub, you guys can now connect your Netlify. So we'll go to our Netlify. You guys can host using Firebase also. You guys can host using Versal, other technologies out there also. But Netlify is the one that I like to use with my React projects. So just simply go to Netlify, click on login, obviously log into your Netlify account. And once you are done with that, you need to just simply, okay, let this load, let this authorize. And we need to create one more project, link it with our GitHub, and then we need to upload it. Right. So this is the ideal way to do it, guys, so that every time we push the code, our Netlify link automatically gets updated. And I also want to show you one last thing that is left. That is the fact that we need to update whatever our Netlify link is inside our Firebase account. So let this authentication take, it is taking a lot of time for some reason, but let it do its thing. And what I wanted to tell you guys was your auth will not really work till you guys put that link over here, right? So I think this is our recording one that we are doing. Our Netlify is finally working as well. So just say add a new site, import an existing project, and import that existing project from your GitHub account. You will have to authorize the GitHub. My GitHub is already authorized. Once that is done, I can just search for podcast, and I think it will give me the repos. So podcast, app, React, record. This is the one, and yeah, just click on deploy site. Now, once you do that, our website still has a lot of warnings, I think, because we haven't gotten rid of our warnings. So to get rid of warnings, what you need to do is you need to add some environmental variables over here and just add a single variable called CI and just add false there. So what this will do is this will just get rid of your warnings and it will not treat your warnings as errors. By default, Netlify does that, and I'll show you that as well. So by default, without doing that, if this is the previous deploy that we are running, right? When I have this, something that you guys will see is over here, it will give us a warning. It will say something like, it should say ideally something like treating warnings as errors. And since CI is false, it will very nicely say that. It will say that, since your process.env.ci is equal to true, we are treating warnings as errors. And as everyone know, errors are what causes build fails, whereas warnings can be ignored. So look at this. Treating warnings as errors because process.env is true and CI servers set it automatically fail to compile because these are all the warnings that we have. So that is why our build fails. So what you need to do is you need to update that, and I have already done that EI in variables like I said. Now just trigger your deploy again, and this time your deploy will work, right? So now the next thing that is left is to change our website name. A lot of people don't know, but this is our website name, so I can just change it to podcast dash react dash avi, and if I save this file, this is the link with which I can access my website now. So let's see, our deploy is still building. As soon as our deploy is done, we can then go to the website and it should work. Right. One another thing that is left is the fact that you guys sometimes the links break as well. And to fix those links, what you need to do is you need to add a netlify.toml file. So I will make sure that I add this file, in the resources that we are providing with you guys, and that it is not a necessary file, but sometimes your thing breaks. So you just need to add this netlify.tml file inside your main directory, not inside your src, inside your main directory. And this is basically how it looks. And what it does is it prevents you guys from, it prevents the breaking of your website. So in some links that will not work, right? So that is why we just add this netlify .tml file that is there, and I'll say git push. Correct, this is an error that comes in Netlify hosting. So if we add that, our deploy will work just fine. And now here comes the interesting part, right? I'll make sure to add this netlify.tml file, by the way, in the description so that you guys can see that. And it's a very simple file. It just allows your redirects to not, fail or give the other status code. So if we go over here now, right, and if I try to auth, so let's say if I try to log in into an existing account. So existing account, if you guys remember, is avivashisht2@gmail.com, and the password was 1234567 8. If I click on login, it is going to say login fail, and okay, it did not say that. Hmm. Have I already added that, or does it already? Let's try to sign up. Let's say we are signing up on an account. The email is avivashist3 at the rate gmail.com. Password is 123456788. And if I sign up, let me see. Even the sign up is working. Wow. So ideally, this should have given an error because in our authentication, if you go to the settings, it should have this authorized domains. And for some reason, okay, podcast, these domains are the domains that have been authorized. And ideally, it should have given an error. But if for some reason it is not giving me an error, right? If it gives you guys an error, make sure that all you need to do is just go over here and add your authorized domain. So what is my domain? My domain is this particular thing, right? So this is what would be my domain, and just add that in your Firebase and you would be good to go. I'm very surprised that it did not break. Ideally, it should not allow the user to do that. Maybe we have changed some setting in our Firebase, allowing users to just sign up from everywhere. But regardless of that fact, that is all that this was the only concern that I had. Right, and once you do that, your entire website has been uploaded. Everything is working. All the pages are working. Everything is working just fine. Right, and with this we are officially done with our project. Again, a little furnishing is left. You guys need to still make it a little more responsive. This is how it will look right now. It doesn't look the best. What I would do is I would expand these, get rid of the width 70%, make it 90% at least. Right, and right, but apart from that, more or less the entire functionality is done. Do let me know if you guys have any doubts. Right, you guys can ask your mentors or ask your uh, in the doubt sessions or in the chats, and that will definitely help you. So, okay, without any further ado, I think let's just end the series now. And I will have a resume writing session as well for this, where I will discuss, what are some questions that interviews can ask you guys. Because at the end of the day, the goal was to allow you guys to put this inside your resumes. So we'll have one more lecture on resume writing session, and that's about it. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you guys learned. We covered a whole lot during the series, and the key is to refer to the documentation. All of the documentation will be provided to you guys, and everything will be given to you. So don't worry about anything. Do this step by step, and you guys will be able to finish this entire series. So thank you so much, and yeah, until next time.